The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
A quorum is present. For those in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Rabbi Kelly Levy from the congregation Beth Israel in Austin, Texas.
Makor HaChaim, source of life and strength, we ask for your continued presence with the elected officials of the Texas State Senate and to sustain them as they continue the crucial work of serving and protecting the people of this great state. We ask you to give them strength as they persevere through this challenging legislative session. God, be with them as they continue to help all Texans, especially the most vulnerable amongst us, those who struggle with financial hardship, physical and emotional illnesses, and those laden with various challenges. Guide our leaders to care for all people in our state, to remember that each person was created B'Tselem Elohim, in the image of God. As Rabbi Simeon ben Zoma once said, "Who is the wise one? The person who learns from all people. Who is honored? The person who honors the created beings." May we all work together, elected officials and residents of this beautiful state, to honor all of humanity and to keep learning from one another. And may we continue to fill our state with love as beautiful as a bluebonnet, as warm as the sun in summer, and as bold as the drivers on I-35. Amen.
You may be seated in the gallery. Members, if you're able, please greet Rabbi Levy as she exits the chamber. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following message from the governor. The secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature Regular Session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be members of the Red River Authority of Texas Board of Directors, Jerry Dan Davis, Wellington; Michael R. Mike Sandifer, New Boston; Joe L. Ward, telephone. To be members of the Nueces River Authority Board of Directors, Shannon Tyndall Fraun, Beeville; Jane D. Bell, Corpus Christi; Lisa Greenberg Molite, Corpus Christi; Olin R. Feller Hughes, Barksdale; Daniel L. Danny Kelly, Corn City; Daniel R. Dan Suckley, Corpus Christi. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbu for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today we have TWU with us, Texas Women's University, and they just had a fantastic year in athletics and sports and basketball and dance, dance, basketball, and gymnastics. So we have some of our great student athletes here today with us. In gymnastics, Carolyn Bounds, raise your hand. Emma Berklich. In dance, Leslie Nunez and Olivia Arce. And in basketball, Ashley Ingram. And then up in the gallery, I believe we have here with us, yes, they're Chancellor Kareen Phaeton. Sorry about that, Kareen. Good to see you, Chancellor. Athletic Director Sandy Mott. And then two other athletes, gymnast Steely King and basketball player Kaylee Glover. So good to see you all here today. Let me tell you a little about what they did this year. In gymnastics, they claimed their 13th national championship. Amazing. 13 years in a row, which is just a testament to the strength and consistency of TWU's program. Head coach Lisa Bowen was named Division II Coach of the Year. Caitlin Holland won a national champion in the bars, runner-up on the vault, the WCGA Division II Gymnast of the Year. And Sophia Hernandez won national runner-up on the beam, and Bailey Upton was named MIC Newcomer of the Year. And then in dance, it was just their 8th year of competition. They won the national championship in dance this year. They took the first place in the Spirit Division at the NDA Nationals, and they won the Innovative Choreography Award, showcasing creativity, discipline, and artistry. And in basketball, TWU reached the NCAA Division II National Championship game last year, so they were the runner-up. And this year, they hosted and won the Division II Central Regional Tournament, which I got to see some of those games. They were fantastic and really enjoyed watching you. These victories represent more than just trophies. They symbolize talent, hard work, commitment, and what's possible when student athletes get the support that they need. So I want to commend the TWU administration, the coaches, and especially the amazing student athletes. So folks, let's give them a big round of applause for their amazing performance in athletics this year. whole state of Texas is proud of you. Thank you for being here. Welcome to your capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
I didn't notice either. I can still. Chair recognizes Senator Flores to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Dr. Jesse David Hicklin is a family physician practicing in Killeen. He graduated medical school from the Universidad Autónoma de Guadalajara in 2010 and completed his residency at Williamsport Family Medicine in 2013. Dr. Hicklin is affiliated with Advent Health Central Texas and Baylor Scott and White in Temple. He is consistently exemplifying empathy and compassion with patients, families, and staff. His dedication to patient care and availability have made a lasting impact in our hospital community. He's married to Representative Hillary Hicklin, and they have 4 wonderful children. Members, please welcome Dr. Jesse David Hicklin as our Doctor of the Day.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 424 by Johnson, recognizing April 23, 2025 as Balch Springs Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson on the resolution.
We're free. Sometimes in government there's snags. Members, Mr. President, thank you. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished guests from the city of Balch Springs who are here today to celebrate Balch Springs Day at the Capitol. Balch Springs is known for its rich history dating back to the late 19th century, its excellent schools, its thriving manufacturing center, and really its beautiful, beautiful part of Dallas County. Joining us in the gallery are community leaders and locally elected officials from the city. Please stand. You're already standing. We want to recognize you. Mayor Carrie Gordon, Councilmember Tartisha Hill, City Manager Charles Fenner, Constable Deanna Hammond of Dallas County Precinct 2, Rodney Taylor, the Industrial and Economic Development Board Member, and Gwendolyn Garner, Planning and Zoning Board Member. One of my favorite new parts of my district. I visited your district after some fires, after some floods, and in addition to working with you to make those things better for your city, really, really appreciate the beauty of that region and the fantastic potential you have to grow, and that you'll look for your help from your state government. I'm glad you're here to advocate for it. Members, please welcome the city of Balch Springs. Move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution's adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Menendez for an introduction.
St. Mary's. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to take a moment of your time to help me introduce or welcome to the Texas Senate some friends of mine from San Antonio who've come here. Would all the folks from St. Mary's University please rise? In this illustrious group we have with them today, the new president, Dr. Winston Herveyes, and we have with them students Layla Dickerson, Diana De Leon, Andrew Ponce, and Eric Madrid. You know, y'all may not know this, but St. Mary's University was one of the very first universities I got to visit as a child, thanks to Dr. Charles Cottrell. And Dr. Charlie Cottrell was and is a phenomenal human being, and he and Abby used to take us to the basketball games, and after the basketball games, all the alum and everybody would hang out afterwards, and it was just a wonderful environment. And being on your campus is what kind of made it, cemented the idea of going to a university. And so thank you for everything you do on our city's west side. I love the clinics that you do to help people with their legal concerns and affairs. You do so much, and leading my team, my chief of staff and general counsel, Pearl Cruz, is one of your St. Mary's Law graduates, whom we are very proud of. So thank you for being here. Come by the office. We're going to take a picture afterwards on the stairs. And Mr. President, I believe that there's some of my colleagues who'd also like to say a word about St. Mary's University.
Senator Gutierrez. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for coming today, and welcome to your capital. You know, I went to law school at St. Mary's, and some of the fondest memories that I have were growing up in law school and being able to learn what it is to go and help people out at the courthouse and find them access to justice. And at St. Mary's, it wasn't just your ordinary law school, because we had that Christian faith behind us, we had that Catholic faith behind us that really gave us a sense of what we needed to do to help people in the community, poor people, people on the margins. And so that's why I think that law school experience was a little different than many others. And so I just want to thank you for coming here today. It has been my honor to be part of this university, even for those 3 years. And so thank you so much. Prior to that, Senator Menendez didn't tell you that we are both Marianists. We both went to Central Catholic High School, and which is all part of that history that Central Catholic, the St. Mary's has with our city of San Antonio. And so thank you so much for being here today. Welcome to your capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good to have you with us, so thank you, and thank you, Senators. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
SCR 49 by Eckhart, recognizing Austin Oaks Church on the occasion of its 100th anniversary.
Senator Eckhart, you recognized?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Members, please join me in welcoming some of my fellow Austinites who are in the building this morning to celebrate the remarkable 100-year history of the Austin Oaks Church. For 100 years, Austin Oaks Church has stood as a pillar of our community located on Monterey Oaks Boulevard. The congregation shared a common commitment to the work of progress through faith in community. I want to especially honor lead pastor Brandon Ziske and executive pastor B.J. Ferguson, who have expanded the ministry of the church with new programs, opportunities for engagement, and community service with a global outlook. That global outlook is part and parcel of the church's history, which began in 1925 as the Swedish Evangelical Free Church of Austin. The Swedish people settled here and were throughout Central Texas and up into Williamson County. And we still have Swedish churches in northeast Travis County. One of many in a network during a time of massive immigration from abroad in the United States, forming our melting pot of democracy in the nation and in Central Texas. Laying down their roots in downtown Austin with services conducted entirely in Swedish, they have formed an integral part of our history, and I'm proud to represent them here in the Senate. Thank you so much, and please help me in honoring the 100-year history of the Austin Oaks Church.
And Senator, we have one of their members, Marion Wallace, my Deputy Chief of Staff, who sings at church and has an angelic voice. So I know she's very proud of the church. Thank you all and congratulations during your 100 years. Any objection to the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution on the church is adopted. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 569.
Members, if no objections, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Any objection? Hearing none. So ordered. Members, we're just waiting for a member who has a memorial resolution. They're on their way to the chamber. Members, if you could take your seats, we have a memorial resolution. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 428 by Middleton in memory of Marie Fliginger.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. we really lost a true community staple in the South Belt area earlier last year, November 11th, 2024. Actually, and Marie Flickinger's family, I believe, is here with us today. If y'all could please stand. I see Fred. I see her grandkids. I see her husband that she loved so much. She loved God, loved her country, and loved her community. Marie earned the nickname of the Mayor of South Belt for her reputation as a tireless advocate for the community. She was a founding member and the inaugural president of the South Belt Ellington Chamber of Commerce, and was the first woman to be elected, very first, to San Jacinto's College Board of Trustees, where she served for nearly 30 years. Whether it was covering major Texas issues by co-founding and writing hundreds of news stories for newspaper South Belt Ellington Leader, where she promoted our community and brought so many businesses to the South Belt area in her years of service, promoting small businesses as well, and bringing the community together for her Christmas charity drives and those in need. Marie's accomplishments and service to this great state are really too many to list here today, and they're too profound. And it's amazing what she was able to accomplish for all of us, not just our area, but our whole state. And through her widespread civic contributions, Marie had a profound and positive impact on our area, on our community, and she leaves behind this incredible inspiration that I think we all need to follow, where she had that grit and that persistence, and she faced obstacles the whole way, and yet she overcame. We saw that with the Brio Superfund site. That was one of the first things that she made sure to fight for our community's public health and safety as well. And members, I ask that you join with me in offering condolences to her family who are with us in the gallery today, and that we take a moment of silence to remember Marie for the amazing public servant and amazing woman that she was. Senator Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You all know Marie was a force of nature, and I really enjoyed her because I ran into Rick Noriega last night, okay? And this brought me back about 25 years back to my early days as tax assessor. And my brother had participated, Senator Middleton, in the Brio Superfund cleanup, so she knew the family name. And she would interview people on the phone, and if you knew what you were talking about, you survived. But if you didn't know what you're talking about, you did not survive. And to the rest of the members, the South Belt Leader was kind of an institution in that area because this was a mixed area of commercial, residential. It wasn't sometimes the apple of everybody's eye, but it was for Marie. And Fred, I know you're continuing the whole family consciousness on public policy, so you should be commended, and your bill that you testified for is out of committee. So, but more importantly, I want to say to Mr. Flickinger that I enjoyed Marie greatly because you rarely run into somebody that's a nexus of public policy and politics that could understand everything that happened in her area, from the junior colleges to the representative districts to the city council races. She was really quite a local treasure in the South Belt Leader area, and she'll be missed by this repentant Aggie, ex-Catholic, current Catholic, but ex-tax assessor senator. And just great to see the family today. The other generations, especially the young generations, need to know how much horsepower you inherited from Grandma, because she was a formidable grandmother, formidable mother, and a formidable person, especially when I started out my first tenure as tax assessor. So while it's bittersweet, it's great to see the next generations of the Flickingers so well represented. God bless you all.
Thank you, senators, and my condolences as well. What a great lady, just incredible, and a leader. The soul of a city, the soul of an area is pretty much it. Would everyone please rise in favor of the resolution? We'll have a moment of silence for the family. Thank Thank you, members. The resolution is adopted.
Mr.
Thank you,
President,
Senator.
move to add all senators' names to the resolution.
Any objection? Hearing none. All names will be added. Thank you. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Nichols, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1413.
I thank you, Mr. President. Members, in 2011, Senator Creighton and I passed a bill which provided an option for a landowner to be released from a CCN, that's a Certified Convenience and Necessity Boundary Area, where they were not receiving service. It restored important private property rights issues to landowners that had at least 25 acres or more and that were not receiving service from the CCN holder. It also provided a process where a CCN holder received compensation for loss of value. This bill, committee substitute for Senate Bill 1413, builds upon that success by keeping up with Texas' current growth and expanding by 41 counties to match the new level of growth. After working with stakeholder groups, the adjustments were made to allow for a 60-day notice to the CCN holder before starting the expedited release, and additionally requires that the property owner shall pay compensation to the CCN holder if deemed necessary. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for 1413.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1413. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1413 relating the procedure for amending or revoking certificates of public convenience and necessity issued to certain water utilities.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment of committee substitute of Senate Bill 1413.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move we suspend the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
31 ayes, no nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1413. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1413 relating the procedure for amending or revoking certificates of public convenience and necessity issued to certain water utilities.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1413.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
The bill is finally passed, 31-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Blanco, suspend the regular order of business. You're recognized. Senate Bill 1583.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1583. Members, this improves groundwater management by addressing gaps in the Texas Water Code that creates inefficiencies for groundwater conservation districts and the Texas Water Development Board. Specifically, the bill provides direction for situations where an aquifer is no longer relevant for planning purposes or when a desired future condition, or DFC, is challenged in court or found to be unreasonable. This bill updates current statute to establish clear procedures for groundwater conservation districts to follow when developing or updating their groundwater conservation plans. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rule suspended. Chair lays out second reading, Senate Bill 1583. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1583 relating to management plans adopted by groundwater conservation districts.
Following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Blanco.
You recognize on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a perfecting amendment requested by the Texas Water Development Board to clarify language and ensure consistent guidance for both the board and groundwater conservation districts. Move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
That is my motion, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt,
31
Burgo.
ayes, no nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1583. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1583 relating to management plans adopted by groundwater conservation districts.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1583.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Burgo.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Members, going back to work here. Senator Betancourt, recognized on Senate Bill 23, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I've got a great bill for everyone today and for all 2.08 million over 65 and disabled homeowners. We've already passed Senate Bill 4 that has 140,000, a 40% increase in the homestead exemption for Senator Middleton, all 5.7 million homeowners. And today I bring the great news that we have a bill here today that will raise the over 65 and disabled exemption from $10,000 to $60,000, and that would bring the exemption for an average over 65 and disabled homeowner in the state of Texas, Senator Kolkhorst, to $200,000, which has a tremendous effect on the number of over 65 homeowners that are actually paying school taxes. When we look at what's happening already with bills that have been passed out of the Senate, we've got a reduction from Senate Bill 1 in the state compression percentage of about 7 pennies. When you combine the homestead exemption we passed for all homes is an additional $454, bringing the total savings from SB 23, which is nearly $500, to $950, Senator Perry. So the average over 65 and disabled home will see a $950 benefit. And that will be obviously for as long as they own the home. The good news here is that appraised values, as President has said, really don't affect those homeowners anymore, because once their homes are frozen in value, we had passed a very good constitutional amendment in May of 2022 that basically, instead of just freezing homeowners over 65 and disabled bills, we basically allowed for them to have a broken freeze that actually lowers each specific year as either exemptions are increased or as the...
Members, can we have quiet on the floor? We have lots of conversations going on behind the rail, on the rail. This is a very important bill for your constituents, so continue, Senator.
Thank you. And because of the prior constitutional amendments, the over 65 homeowners bills are actually going down. We're currently estimating that 45% of those homeowners are not paying any zero taxes to their specific school, and this bill, combination with the existing homestead exemption, will push that well up into a supermajority. And at this point in time, I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider SB 23. And let me make sure I have the right motion. Give me 1 second.
Is that to suspend the intent calendar and the regular order of business?
Yes, that motion is a combined motion to suspend the intent calendar and the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 23.
Okay. Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Questions of the bill author?
Do you yield? Senator Betancourt, do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Betancourt, before this bill becomes law, we already have some protections for Texas homeowners over age 65, correct?
Certainly.
I'm aware of two. One is the appraisal freeze, and can you explain how that works?
Right. This is an important concept because people don't really understand how this works, but over 65 homeowners do. When you get to over 60, when you get to that age, your school taxes freeze. Now, what you're really freezing, Senator Johnson, is the levy. It's the value times the rate. The taxable value times the rate equals the levy. That's really called the frozen value. Now, that used to be frozen, and for the rest of your life, you would pay that bill. In May of 2022, the Constitution was amended so that could be broken every year and lowered as we changed higher exemptions or raised the tax rate. Lowered the tax rate for M&O taxes. Either one would affect and lower that. So we've had a couple years now of lowering over 65 bills effectively on autopilot. So that's one protection that already exists.
And there was one that I don't think I understood very well, but we made a correction, I think, to one of our tax compression laws that corrected, I think, an area where we overlooked the particular laws regarding seniors. Am I correct about that?
There is a law that allows them to defer their taxes. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the second one I did want to go into. There is a deferral. So no one over 65 in Texas currently, well, let me rephrase it instead of in the negative and the positive. If you are a homeowner over age 65, you can apply to your county appraisal district to defer payment of your taxes indefinitely, correct?
That's correct. And, well, not indefinitely until your estate takes over.
Yes, for as long as you are alive or for as long as you own the home, those taxes will accrue and they will be paid from the proceeds of the house, correct?
That is correct.
So nobody over 65 technically has to pay their taxes, but those taxes accrue against the property.
Well, they can choose to have a deferral, and some do and some don't, because obviously if you defer those taxes, it can mount up, dramatically depending upon how long you live.
Certainly could.
Okay.
And the amount of savings that's calculated to result from raising the homestead exemption, an additional $50,000 for seniors is $454, is that correct?
That is correct. It's $454.30 to be precise.
And 30 cents, and it works out to about $38 a month, right?
Sure.
For seniors who own their homes.
Right. And then when you put that on top of the average homestead property tax savings that we've already passed, which is $496.57. You get the $950.87 average benefit everywhere in the state.
Substantial benefit for every person over 65 who owns a home in the state. Do you know what percentage of Texans over 65 own their homes?
I do not. I'm not advised on that one, but you might have a number.
Do you know what percentage of Texans over 65 rent their homes?
No, I don't have the home rental or those, but I do know how many of the over 65 homesteads are paying a tax. Right now, they're not paying, 45% of them are not paying an ISD tax at this time.
Presently are not paying an ISD tax. Are you familiar with the concept, I don't know what jargon we want to use these days, but there's a phrase called housing cost burdened. Have you heard that phrase before?
No, but I have heard about aging in place and wanting to stay in your home.
So you've heard what?
I've heard about aging in place and wanting to stay in your home, and that's what this bill will do.
Aging in place and wanting to stay in your home. There's a concept when, I think landlords have to use this all the time, it's recommended that nobody spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And so when we have all sorts of benefit calculations, as well as recommendations for people in financial plannings, as well as thresholds that landlords sometimes employ, they take a look and are people going to need to spend more than 30% of their income on housing? So we have a cohort of people that we'll call, for purposes of this discussion today, housing cost burdened individuals. And do you know what percentage of seniors, I'm sorry, of people over 65, because actually 65 isn't very old at all. We all know that. The closer I get, the younger it is.
Are you looking at Senator Hinojosa, or you shouldn't be looking to her
Just
right?
having a conversation about our youth.
Is right. That's right. You'd be in big trouble if you are.
But I have some statistics for you. I wonder if you know that what proportion of people over 65 who own their homes are housing cost burdened.
I don't know, but this bill will certainly help them out dramatically.
I think it would. That is 26% of people over 65 who own their homes are what we call housing cost burdened. On the other hand, the proportion of people over 65 who rent, who are housing cost burdened, is, I believe it's 65? And so what we're doing right now, I think, is, I think you'll agree that this bill would provide some financial relief for seniors, for people over 65 who own their homes, and nothing for that larger cohort of people over 65 who are renting and struggling with their housing costs.
Well, I think let's recast this, okay? This is substantial savings for those that wish to age in place in their home. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, at some point in time, many seniors go through the inevitable discussion of whether they should downsize or not, whether they should go to, assisted living center, where they should move in somewhere, place else that has a lower cost. But when you look at this bill, Senator Johnson, when we're talking about, because we've got already nearly a $500, savings for all 5.7 million homeowners. When you add this up to $950, for those on fixed income, which seniors are, that's a whopping savings, because it's not just the concept of, oh, I've got a $350,000 home and we're taking off $200,000. Well, we've got a whole cohort of seniors that froze 10 years ago, 20 years ago, some cases 30 years ago, and their values, their freeze values, AKA their levies, are de minimis. So we're just wiping that bill out. And so that means that they can age in place, and a super majority of over 65 and disabled homeowners, wherever they are in the state, are going to be able to not pay that ISD tax. We looked at some of the...
But what about renters? What about that larger proportion of people over 65 who will not receive any benefit from this, who nevertheless do pay sales taxes, and those sales taxes from 2/3 of the people over 65 who are housing cost burden are going to be used to subsidize the 3/4 of people over 65 who are not housing cost burdens? Is that the way we ought to be spending? How much is this, $1.2 billion?
Well, $1.2 billion is well spent to keep people in their homes. Okay, let me just read you some stats from.
But not their apartments.
Well, because it's their decision to move to an apartment. Okay, if they're already in a home.
Is it?
Right. And so what we're trying to do is keep them aging in place in the place that they've hopefully paid off their mortgage. Let me just give you some average taxable values in these counties. All and the substantial populations in some.
Senator Betancourt, can you hold the mic closer to your mouth, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Harris County, average value, $201,000, taxable value for all over 65s. Tarrant County, average value, $210,000. Bexar County, Senator Menendez, I think he was just here, it would be $113,000. When you go down and look through Fort Bend County, $209,000. Hidalgo and El Paso counties for the border counties, Senator Zaffarini and Senator Hinojosa, $3,349,000. Cameron County, Senator Adam Hinojosa, that is another $37,000 value. Brazoria County, Senator Colcourse, $144,000. And when you look at this, I can go down the list. Ellis County, $117,000. Johnson County, $139,000, $128,000. And Comal County, Smith County, for Senator Hughes, 133,000. So Senator Johnson, we're giving them a chance to stay in the home as opposed to selling the home and moving into an apartment. And so I think this is a really important one. And I know that in certain areas of both, Houston and Dallas, Senator West, I think when we were on a conference call, they were so excited about a $100,000, exemption. They were going to be ecstatic over a $200,000 exemption, because probably that entire group that we had a phone conversation with may not pay taxes at all.
It is exciting, Senator Betancourt. Everybody likes to not pay taxes. Now, they don't have to pay them anyway. We just established that. There's a deferral. There's a tax, they can defer paying their property taxes. They don't have to sell their home and move into an apartment, right?
Well, they will incur that liability and their estate will pay it. Look,
that's true.
Senator Johnson, the most powerful tool I've got as a tax writer is an exemption, because people don't pay. See, what you're talking about is deferral. People will pay. So I urge you to vote yes for this bill, because they won't pay a dime. The vast majority of them. The deferral pushes this off to the next generation.
Who will
to
pay?
The estate.
Who will pay? If they're not paying it, who is paying it?
Well, the good news is that the state of Texas is, so we're paying for it.
We get our money.
Well, we got our money from, as usual, from surplus sales taxes.
Taxes.
And severance taxes and every other tax we take.
Senator Molly Cook is going to pay our homestead exemption.
Okay. We, the state, will pay the school districts, will keep them held harmless. And the great news, it's a win for the taxpayer, it's a win for the school districts, and we're spending our surplus to do it.
How long will we be committed to paying $1.2 billion a biennium? Does this end after one biennium?
Now, the public, and I hadn't had a chance to get to this, but the public has approved these homestead exemption bills by 83%, 85%, 87%. This one might set a record of 88, 89, or 90.
But we'll be paying it forever.
Well, that's why it's in the Constitution.
That's right. So we're committed to paying it. And do we have a dedicated revenue stream that's going to pay for this?
Sure, we have a dedicated revenue stream of the entire state. That's
of the entire state.
Right.
Do you remember back in the 86th session when there was some major property tax reform? That's when we implemented the tax caps on cities and stuff.
Sure.
And actually, a bill was filed, I believe it was by Senator Taylor in March of that session I think it was to increase the sales tax because we wanted to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we can continue to apply this level of property tax savings. Did we do anything here? Do we have anything that we know is going to bring more revenue in the future, or are we taking a risk?
We're doing what we should be doing with our surplus funds, giving it back to the taxpayers that need us the most.
So today it's a surplus, right?
Right, but
what about tomorrow?
Because there's no other group of people that need help tomorrow, like today, than the over 65s to keep in their home. And here's why. I'm going to quote you some data from their hearing. The silver-haired legislature testified that 80% of all seniors have a current disposable income of $36,000. And if you're in rural Texas, it's $30,000. So when we give back $1,000 a year, tax-free.
$454 on this bill.
Right, total. But I'm going to assume that we're going to...
I voted for the other one.
Yeah, I know you voted for
this bill.
And I hope everyone in the House votes for the other one.
And it was a struggle, too, because there's a lot of money we're committing.
But think about that, Senator Johnson. If you have just $36,000, you're a senior, an average senior in an urban area, and the state has just took off giving you back $1,000 effectively tax-free, that's a huge benefit. And that keeps them in their homes that they've paid a lifetime of taxes on. So we're giving a break to the people that need it the most.
Is that the average income for a senior homeowner or just for somebody who is over 65?
I'm going from memory. I believe it was all seniors' disposable income.
And
it was like 80% of the cohort did not have more than $36,000 a year.
And
I think 51,000 was the high-end number.
I'm with you on wanting to help people who don't have a lot of disposable income. I'm with you in wanting to keep people in their homes, and that's why we have this tax deferral. But when you say there's no one else in need, there's $38 a month that they're going to get. For that amount of money, for the cost of this bill, we could give 800,000 indigent people health insurance. Now, when we're talking, and that is an investment.
Okay. We're giving an investment to 2.08 million over 65, and let me underline in triplicate, disabled homeowners, and we're spending $1.2 billion doing it a biennium, and that are the two groups of people that need our help the most to stay in their homes. And I think it's a fabulous investment, and I think it's it's a public policy. I'll shout from the rooftops because I think it's a model bill for the country.
Is it wealth redistribution? Is it wealth redistribution? Harlan Crow in Dallas is going to get the same homestead exemption increase as that person over 65 who has $36,000 in disposable income. Is that efficient?
Well, Senator Johnson, you missed years of debates about whether we should have a flat...
Members, this is not a debatable motion. It's the question. Okay?
Ask him if it was efficient, Mr. President.
It's questions. You're turning this into a debate.
I thought that's what we do on the Senate floor.
I just said to you, you're turning it into a debate. If you want to ask questions, feel free. Continue.
Okay, I thought we'd debate on the Senate floor. My question is...
We do not debate on a motion to suspend. Okay?
Is there a later point when I should debate?
You can debate whenever you want. I just told you this is not a debatable motion. I've let you go on for about 20 minutes. It's fine. If you want to ask questions, you debate on amendments and you can speak on the bill. This is not a debatable motion.
But is there a debatable motion to follow?
Sir, I just answered your question. Everyone knows this is not a debatable motion, and any member can call a halt to it at any time. They don't usually do that. They respect all members. You can debate an amendment, you can speak on the bill. This is not a debatable motion. It's a time to ask questions.
Parliamentary inquiry, is a motion to pass to engrossment a debatable motion?
You can speak on it. You can speak on engrossment. You can speak on final passage.
Okay,
You're not debating anyone on the floor during those times. You're just speaking on it. And right now you can ask questions, but you're broadening this to a much bigger debate. And I'm just letting you know, I didn't say you had to stop. I said it's not a debatable motion to give you a hint. Okay?
Hint taken. I think we've covered my questions, Senator Betancourt.
I think that's hint received. Thank you.
Thank you for answering them.
That's right.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions.
Sure. And by the way, Senator Johnson, so you know, once when I was a senator, I got into what someone thought was a debate and they made a motion and I had to stop talking. That rarely happens, but sometimes even I could go from a question to a debate. So just wanted to let you know. Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much, Senator Betancourt, for answering my questions. I am voting for this bill because, as you know, I have been a long-time proponent of flat dollar homestead exemptions.
Correct.
In fact, I have a bill for flat dollar homestead exemptions at the discretion of local governments that languishes in your committee each session. But with regard to this bill, you answered Senator Johnson's question with regard to the cost of this bill at
1.2 billion change.
1.2 billion per biennium.
Right.
The 1.2 billion, the bill does not require, the language of the bill does not require the legislature to continue filling that gap, does it?
Well, once a constitutional amendment is passed, okay, the onus would then be on the state to actually provide the revenue to maintain that constitutional amendment. So I believe there is definitely at least a strong de facto reasoning that if the public votes for these exemptions, that the state has to fund them.
But the language of the bill itself says the legislature shall,
right,
provide for formulas to protect school districts against all or part of the revenue loss incurred by the implementation of this bill. So the legislature is not obligated to cover the entire gap, is it?
Well, I believe that once the public votes for it, we have a moral imperative as well as a constitutional directive to do it. So I would not want to attempt to be a part of any budgeting process that would defund a constitutional amendment.
In fact, we couldn't have a constitutional amendment that bound the budgetary decisions of future legislatures with an exact amount, could we?
No, but at the same time, once a homestead exemption is established, the public reasonably should expect that it to be fulfilled, especially when they're voting for it at 83%, 85%, 87%, or even higher.
Now, of course, we are seeing a slowing in growth in the United States, are we not?
As of late, sure. We've seen some slowing in sales tax here in the state, too.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen Deloitte actually project a significantly slower growth rate going forward, at least in the crystal ball, the length of crystal ball that they utilize, which is not that too far into the future. But we are seeing a downturn, are we not?
Well, we certainly have seen some slowing in sales tax receipts. And this waxes and wanes. You know, I look at the sales tax results every month. We've gone through an incredible growth period. We're now slowing down a little, and we'll see what the future holds. But this is $1.2 billion, well spent, well focused on 2.80 million homeowners that need it the most because they've A, paid a lifetime of taxes, or B, they're on fixed income and have the most difficulty staying in their homes. So I think it's quite frankly, our best bang for the buck on a public policy basis. This is, just slightly ahead of a general homestead exemption to everyone. But when you listen to the testimonies, and you have in the past in local government, when the silver-haired legislature comes in and says, the average, over 65 senior has only $36,000 of disposable income and only $30,000 in the rural area, Senator Perry. $1,000 of relief every year for the rest of their life really means something to them.
What's the current interest rate on deferring your property taxes to your estate?
I believe we kicked that down to 5% simple interest, if I remember correctly. So it's not compounded.
And what's the current interest rate on a reverse mortgage, which would accomplish essentially the same thing but in the market?
Well, it all depends on the risk of the applicant, but it could be anywhere from the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, what numbers I've seen lately.
So both things, the statutory option of deferring your property taxes to your estate and the market option of a reverse mortgage are available to seniors at somewhere between the 4 to 6% interest rate on average.
Sure, and the only difference is that if you have a reversible mortgage, I've generally seen those contracts don't allow for deferral of taxes at the same time.
So currently seniors have statutory homestead and over 65 and disabled exemptions, as well as the option to defer taxes to their estate, as well as the option for a reverse mortgage. So wouldn't you agree that with this bill, this is a continuation of a distribution of tax burden off of seniors and onto the rest of us?
Would if we were in a city or county like you and I used to be, but when the state can pay for the specific public policy and not shift the burden, okay, then you have the chance to have your cake and eat it too, which is what this bill does.
And I agree with you as long as we're covering the full $1.2 billion cost going forward. But in the event we don't cover in some future budgetary cycle the full cost of this, who will have to pick up the slack?
Well, I think I can't speak for that because you're going so hypothetical, but the priority would clearly be on the homestead exemption above the compression. So the homestead exemption, if approved by the voters, gives that permanency into the Constitution until the will of the voters is to change it. And that clearly would be the priority under any budget I would participate in. And then, therefore, if you had to choose between homestead exemption or compression, clearly you'd have to take the homestead exemption. So that's why the compression is only for $1 billion. Homeowners get about $30 per billion, but if I put that money into homestead exemption, it's $130. But again, with that higher number goes that higher priority, at least in my mind.
Now, I am voting for this because right now we have a considerable surplus and we can afford to buy down we can afford to pay for this exemption for seniors. But my concern, in future years, we won't have that money, and $1.2 billion gets you more than $100 added to, for instance, the basic allotment. $1.2 billion would add $100 every single year to the basic allotment. I want to do both, of course.
I think the education chair, Creighton, and Madam Chair from Finance have put billions and billions into school finance, and so we're doing both at the same time. But this bill, I appreciate your vote on it because I think it's an important step to keeping over 2 million over 65 and disabled homeowners in their homes.
So currently, we can afford to improve our health care, as Senator Johnson alluded to, and improve our education, and provide some tax relief. but I remain concerned that we will not always cover the entire gap, because this bill does not require us to cover the entire gap. And thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you for your vote. I know the over 65s and disableds appreciate it.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator Betancourt, yield for
Do
a few
yield.
questions. Thank you, Mr. President. And
Yes.
you know, I don't plan to get into the weeds of this suppression issues, but the reality is, what is the number one complaint that we get from our constituents about property taxes?
Well, the great news is for over 65 homeowners, their appraisals no longer matter. For over 2 million and 2.08 million disabled and over 65 homeowners, appraisals don't affect them anymore because their taxes are frozen on their school taxes. And because of the constitutional amendment that we passed back in May of 2022, we lower that every year, regardless of what the appraisal does. Appraisal doesn't matter to this group of people. The appraisal doesn't matter anymore on school taxes, period. And that can be shouted from the rooftops because it's absolutely true.
And probably the vast majority of this group of people are retired, are retirees. This group,
sure.
Those over 65, most of them are retired. And would you agree they're also probably on fixed income?
There's no question that this group is on fixed income. And in fact, as discussed with Senator Johnson and Senator Eckhart, the silver-haired legislature says that the average over 65 only has $36,000 of disposable income and $30,000 in rural or the valley. So this is basically giving them back $1,000 they don't have to spend on maybe just $30,000 of disposable income. It's a big, big advantage for over 65s.
It makes a huge difference in their budget when they are living on fixed income where the check doesn't change from month to month.
No, and the biggest thing, the strongest tool I've got as a tax writer is an exemption, because they never write the check. They don't have to look for a refund. They just get to keep their money. And on fixed income, that's the blessing that I think this will be for over 2 million over 65 and disabled homeowners.
Would I have a conflict of interest if I voted for this bill?
Excuse me?
Would I have a conflict of interest if I voted for this bill?
Well, Senator Hinojosa, you already voted for the original homestead exemption, and that basically covers everybody on the floor. So I can't step in front of the Ethics Commission, but Uncle Paul says, Tio Pablo says you don't have one.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Okay.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension of the regular order of business. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion of the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 23. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 23, relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
You recognize for engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 23.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergman,
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 23. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 23, relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to credit, however, your leadership on this issue for as long as I've known you. Plus, that was a wonderful Monopoly video explaining the problem. I move final passage of Senate Bill 23.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergman.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And so will 2.0 million homeowners out there, too. Thank you.
And now you're recognized on SJR 85 to suspend the regular order of business. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend the intent calendar rule and the regular order of business, take up and consider SJR 85.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading, SJR 85. Secretary, read the caption.
SJR 85, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to increase the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the market value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Joint Resolution 85.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt,
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage, SJR 85. Secretary, read the caption.
SJR 85, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to increase the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the market value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
So, Senator Betancourt, before final, for all members to put this in perspective, in 2015, the seniors got about a $25,000 homestead exemption. And 10 years later, they're getting a $200,000 homestead exemption, which is going to wipe out for the average senior supermajority all of their M&O school taxes, which is a big part of their bill. So 25 to 200. Thank you, members. Recognize on final.
No, Mr. President and members, I think this will be a wonderful thing to put in the hands of the voters because I think they're going to recognize the obvious. And with that, I move final passage of Senate Joint Resolution 85.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt,
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. And the SJR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hinojosa Nueces, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2774.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2774. The Textile Rental Services Association is made up of industrial, uniform, and linen supply rental companies that operate more than 163 locations in Texas, employ 8,300 Texans, generate more than $1.3 billion in annual sales in the state, and have a wage base of $361 million in annual payroll. They supply work garments, linens, and other supplies to 144,600 Texas customers. Because these companies typically rent rather than sell their merchandise, they do not fall into the narrow set of SIC codes used to define retail trade for purposes of determining whether a company should pay franchise tax at the retail tax rate. Senate Bill 2774 will remedy that by amending the tax code definition of retail trade to add trade activities involving the rental of industrial garments and linens. Currently, businesses that rent formal wear, tools, and construction equipment are included in the definition. This bill simply adds industrial, uniform, and linen rental businesses to that list. In short, Mr. President and members, I believe that the companies who rent out scrubs to our doctors and nurses should receive equal treatment to those companies that rent out formal wear. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2774. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2774. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2774, relating the classification of certain entities as primarily engaged in retail trade for purposes of the franchise tax.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
29 ayes, 2 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2774. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2774, relating the classification of certain entities as primarily engaged in the retail trade for purposes of the franchise tax.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2774.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage of Senate Bill 2774. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
29
Campbell.
ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SCR 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Concurrent Resolution 29. SCR 29 officially designates El Paso as the boot capital of Texas, honoring the city's rich legacy and hub for world-renowned, high-quality handmade boots. El Paso's boot-making tradition includes iconic brands such as Lucchese, Tony Lama, Rocket Buster, Caboots, Blackjack, all headquartered in the city, whose craftsmanship has shaped Texas style and earned worldwide acclaim. These companies are powerful economic engines creating local jobs, drawing tourism dollars, and earning international recognition for their creativity and craftsmanship. By designating El Paso as the boot capital of Texas, SCR will honor the enduring impact of generations of El Paso bootmakers and ensures that the city's unique contribution to Texas tradition will continue to be recognized and preserved. I also want to recognize and thank the folks from Destination El Paso who are with us today. Their leadership, if you could please stand, their leadership and partnership have been instrumental in helping bringing this resolution to life. So thank you, Destination El Paso, for your dedication and for being here today to celebrate this designation. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Blanco moves suspension of the regular order of business on SCR 29. Is there objection? Hearing none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
SCR 29, designating El Paso as the official boot capital of Texas for a 10-year period.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of SCR 29 to third reading. I'm sorry, for adoption. Move adoption.
Senator Blanco moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. It is adopted. We're just curious about the boots you were wearing there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1643.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1643. Members, this bill adds a layer of Texas ratepayer protection by requiring insurers to get approval from the Texas Department of Insurance if they raise or lower rates past a 10% threshold. Texas currently operates under a file and use system where insurance companies file their proposed rates with TDI and are allowed to begin utilizing the new rate immediately. Homeowners in Texas saw an average rate increase of 21.1% in 2023 compared to 10.8% in 2022. In that same time frame, the personal auto average rate change increased by 25.5%. As companies make significant rate changes, it is incumbent upon the legislature to ensure that the regulatory environment is giving these filings the level of scrutiny they necessitate. This bill requires that an insurer file both personal and commercial rates for approval from the TDI commissioner if the proposed rate increase or decreases the previously filed rate by 10%. This provides a degree of flexibility for carriers to be responsive to the market while implementing guardrails to protect against significant or even extreme rate increases without proper oversight by the Texas Department of Insurance. Thank you. I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
To ask a few questions of the author.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
And Senator Schwartner, we just were commenting on this in the back room here. And I suggested to you that this was a very good bill, did I not?
You did, yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason it's good for some of the members that don't know this, now we have what's called a file and use protocol, correct?
It's a file and use system currently in
other
Texas.
words, insurance companies can go file the rate increase that they're going to change the rates on their insurance premiums for casualty, for your home insurance, whatever. And they can begin to use them without asking for any prior approval, correct?
Yeah, that's right. It does not require prior approval. There is retroactive evaluation of that rate and concurrent evaluation when they do file it, but there is not a prospective approval process by TDI currently.
And under current law, they could raise their rates 20, even 30% and use them until TDI says, oh, wait a minute, time out, that's too high.
They can, Senator. They can file. There is no upper limit of a rate increase in Texas. They can file whatever rate that is deemed appropriate from their actuarial analysis, subject, of course, to a retroactive evaluation and potential action by the Texas Department of Insurance.
And the only thing I disagree with you on the bill is one thing that you said on your layout, if insurance rates go down. I have yet to see an insurance rate go down in my whole adult life. Have you?
I have seen that after, during COVID, for instance, the automobile insurance rates went down because the overall risk pattern, people were not driving as much. And I do think there was about a 10 or 15% across significant rate decrease at that time because the incidence of risks went down.
I submit to you that I don't remember that happening, but either way, I think that you have a very good bill that will keep insurance companies in check and will not allow them to increase their rates over 10%, and in some way goes back to the older model that we had before. So I think that you have a very good bill, and I commend you on that.
Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate your comments.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Senator Schwartner, just so that everybody is aware, you are aware that in 2023, car insurance rates had an average increase of over 25%. You're aware of that, right?
I am aware of that, yes.
And that came after a quarterly jump in 2022, according to TDI. So they'd already had an increase in 2022, and then they went up another 25%.
Right, Senator. And as you know, rates increase based upon occurrences of hailstorms, for instance, increased numbers of accidents, as well as reinsurance costs by large corporations that then have to purchase reinsurance. So there's a whole host of reasons why insurance rates go up. Obviously, profit is one of those as well by those insurance companies.
Are homeowners and car owners allowed to go without insurance?
No, they're not in the state of Texas.
So then they legally have to own something, and it keeps going up, and your bill, fortunately, wants to put some reasonable restraints on those increases. That's all you're trying to do, right?
It does. It allows for what they call a flex band rate, in which an insurance company can implement an increase of 10% or actually decrease 10%. And the reason that you don't want to allow for a decrease of 50% and undercut all the other insurers and drive them out of the market, then raise rates real high. So there's some necessity of having an upper and a lower band. And so that threshold is 10%, sure, of which beyond that threshold, they do have to seek prior approval by TDI.
Right. But the fact that you need to have that band protection is because, are you aware that since 2018, property insurance for residential property insurance has increased over 50%?
There has been a significant concern, as we've heard on the committee during the interim and during the session, of Texans, homeowners, automobile owners having to absorb and pay for ever-increasing rates of insurance.
Yeah, and the fact is that our constituents can't self-insure. Big businesses can self-insure. They can save money. They can choose not to have to pay this. They can find a way to do it less expensive. But our constituents are forced to use the market that they have. And without your bill, their rates could go up 20, 30, 40, 50% without any checks, without their income going up enough to cover those increases.
That's right, Senator. With automobile insurance, there are certain minimum thresholds regarding liability coverage. Of course, they might choose not to have other types of coverage, and that makes them bare when it comes to automobile wrecks, for instance, that are of a certain type of wreck. And then homeowners, if you have a mortgage, you got to usually have to have insurance. I guess you could go bare if you owned a home and didn't have a mortgage.
Every mortgage company in the state of Texas will demand, if you somehow just stop paying your homeowner's insurance, they will apply insurance on your house and charge you for it. There's no way around it.
That's right. And eventually foreclose if you don't pay your mortgage.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwartner.
Thank you.
Senator Hancock, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Schwartner, and appreciate you looking into this issue. And I couldn't sit there and listen to why insurance rates were going up for various reasons. We've looked at it during this interim, and one of the reasons insurance rates are going up is because over the previous administration, the last 4 years, we had like 20% inflation, which is a big part of the insurance prices going up.
Very good point. Inflation, reinsurance, risk of actual catastrophic events, whether they're hurricanes or hailstorms or fire events, all figure into the actual risk and overall rate you pay.
Right, and when inflation goes up 20%, your insurance most likely is going to go up at least that, if not more. And then in the study during this interim, we also looked at what went up faster even than the inflation, actually almost twice, was the labor involved. And so this session, one of the big issues that the governor's brought forward, the lieutenant governor's brought forward, and House as well, is recognizing that we are sending more and more people to college, and the reality is we're losing some laborers that can make a very, very good living working on vehicles, repairing homes, and addressing some of these issues. Because of those costs, while the materials went up 20%, the labor went up 40%.
That's right. Labor and supply chain also figure into the overall cost of risk and rates and insurance.
And now I'm getting to the final factor that hasn't been discussed previously, is you carried legislation last week that is another major factor in why insurance is going up, and that's litigation.
Very good point, Senator. I did not say that on the floor today, but it certainly is a a factor in automobile rates, whether they're commercial or personal auto. Not as much in home, but certainly liability risk in home is there as well.
Well, we find that in some of the roofing contractors and some of the other areas, but it is litigation, which is an area you've tried to address already this week, and I know there's other legislation coming that has also driven up the price of insurance, and that's another reason we're looking at some of those issues. Is it's directly related to the insurance increases that we've seen in the state of Texas. So I want to thank you for your work last week on that and just tying it all together to recognize that the priorities in the state with, increasing the funding for some of those technical trades that we're doing in the state of Texas and some of the ways to address litigation that drives up these costs. We're trying to address insurance in a multifaceted way, not just a single shot piece of legislation.
Excellent points, Senator.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1643. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
27 ayes, 3 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1643. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1643 relating to prior approval of certain property and casualty insurance rate increases or decreases.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1643.
Senator Schwartner moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes, 3 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
27 ayes, 3 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1643. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1643 relating to prior approval of certain property and casualty insurance rate increases or decreases.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Just speak on the bill.
You're recognized.
This is a fine bill. The ratepayers across the state are hurting. And we need to do more. And we heard whatever we heard a second ago about inflation and increased labor cost. And I'll tell you it's nonsense, and that person will tell you it's true. And that's fine. You can say that all you want. But at the end of the day, working class families are having to pay $250 a month on a crummy little car, on the car that they could afford. The insurance costs more than the car, but what's really happening is the CEO of State Farm made $24 million last year. The C-suite class of executive made millions beyond that. I had a bill that creates a state-run insurance company in the auto industry. That's gone nowhere in here, and I understand that it won't. But we need to have a discussion about profitability and greed, because insurance companies are screwing over the middle class of America, the working class of America. You can sit here and tell me about this inflation nonsense all you want. and the high cost of labor. Well, hell, they're deporting everybody, so we can forget about all that. But the reality here is that insurance companies are screwing the United States of American citizens over and the state of Texan citizens over. And it is incumbent upon us to come back here next session and do something. I'm raising my voice because this is a big deal. This is a good bill. I suggest it as such. But millions and millions and millions of dollars are going into the CEO pockets, marketing costs, administrative costs, and your constituents are getting screwed.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1643.
Senator Schwertner moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1643. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco,
27 ayes, 3 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1642.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642. Members, this bill also stems from discussions from the committee, Business and Commerce Committee, held during the interim after being tasked with examining the rising cost of property and casualty insurance and identifying ways to enhance consumer transparency. The committee explored potential structural and organizational changes to TDI aimed at improving the agency's responsiveness to consumer needs and industry practices. In a regulatory agency's overseeing a $290 billion insurance market, larger than the budget of the state of Texas, a single commissioner structure presents significant challenges in both executing a cohesive policy vision and managing the department's daily operations. As a result, this bill proposes shifting TDI from its current single commissioner structure to a 3-commissioner model. With a growing population seeking fair insurance products, questions have been raised about whether the legislature has equipped TDI with the leadership tools and oversight necessary to be responsive to ratepayers and consumer needs. The restructuring this bill proposes allows for TDI leadership to have a more cohesive goal of effectively regulating and administering the business of insurance. This bill will reinvigorate leadership to concentrate on overseeing the insurance industry and return consumers to the forefront of their mission. Thank you, members. I move suspension of the regular order of business of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the regular order of business on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1642. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642 relating to the administration of the Texas Department of Insurance, including the appointment of the State Commissioner of Insurance.
Senator Schwertner, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment, Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642.
Senator Schwertner moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwertner, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 2 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1642. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642 relating to the administration of the Texas Department of Insurance.
Senator Schwertner, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1642.
Senator Schwertner moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1642. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
28 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 826.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 826. Driving while intoxicated poses a significant danger to all road users, but the risk is even more severe in school zones, where children, parents, and school staff are particularly vulnerable. School zones are meant to be safe areas where young students can walk, bike, and be dropped off or picked up without the heightened threat of impaired drivers. Despite existing DWI laws, enhanced penalties for offenses committed in school zones are necessary to deter reckless behavior and reinforce the importance of protecting our children. Strengthening penalties for DWI in school zones would serve as both a preventative measure and a means of holding offenders accountable for endangering the most vulnerable members of our communities. SB 826 enhances a DWI that occurs in an active school zone to a state jail felony. Members, I urge your support of SB 826. Mr. President, I move a suspension.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 826. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 826. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 826 relating to the operation of a motor vehicle in a school crossing zone while intoxicated.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, move passage to engrossment.
Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 826. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 826 relating to the operation of a motor vehicle in a school crossing zone while intoxicated.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, appreciate everyone's support here about protecting our children. I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage of Senate Bill 826. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
Every 30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute with Senate Bill 1257.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1257. Senators, this bill is about insurance coverage, health insurance coverage. Many insurance companies will provide extensive coverage for gender transition procedures and treatments, considering them medically necessary. But there's a real gap, a critical gap in coverage for adverse effects, for medical complications, for reconstruction procedures related to those very treatments. Here's the bottom line. If an insurance company covers gender transitions, they should cover the side effects, reversals, and any testing or screening necessary to monitor the patient's health. That is what the bill does. I'm going to move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1257. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1257. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1257 relating to required health benefit plan coverage for gender transition adverse effects and reversals.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senators.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1883.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the impact fees are one-time charge or assessment authorized by statute imposed by political subdivisions, mostly cities, on new developments to generate revenue for the cost of capital improvements, water lines, sewer lines, drainage lines, et cetera, attributed to new development. Before a city may adopt an impact fee, it must first establish an advisory committee, a capital improvements plan, CIP, and the land use assumptions, LUA. While the city must make certain information publicly available, additional transparency provisions are needed to improve accountability, transparency, and due process. The CIP and LUA are complex and extensive reports, and current law does not provide the public with sufficient time to review these reports or prepare comments for a public hearing. So, Senate Bill 1883 extends public notice and disclosure times, creates a higher threshold for adoption of fees, prohibits the city from increasing impact fees on an annual basis, only once every 3 years. Senate Bill 1883 requires an independent financial audit before a city can increase an existing impact fee or adopt a new impact fee where the area and impact fee has been previously adopted. It also allows Attorney General to bring action if required, and it removes substantial good complaints, good faith exemption. Currently, city can have that. However, the exemption allows city to shift its burden to proper notice. Texas is one of the few states that doesn't have a law like this, so as impact fees directly impact cost of all housing costs, commercial costs, residential costs, before these fees are imposed or released, the public should have an opportunity to adequately review. I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1883.
Senator Kokors, for what purpose?
To ask the author of the bill a couple of questions.
Senator Betancourt, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, thank you for your bill. You know, you and I have talked in the interim about the proliferation of impact fees. Really kind of a surprise to homeowners because now they're assessing it on homeowners, and it can be a water impact fee, it can be a wastewater impact fee, it can be a traffic impact fee, it can be all of the above.
Right, and they're quite a surprise to the residential and commercial property owners that apply to it, especially the developers.
And so it's an assessment on each home, so that's rolled into the cost of the home. But on the business side is really quite shocking. And I just want to, say this as a statement or a question. So if you're going to develop a piece of property and you are, let's say it's a de novo, it's a greenfield site, we're going to come in there. The city can dictate, hey, you need a retention pond, so you have to do the retention pond. They determine your ingress and egress, and sometimes that's with TxDOT. But you also, if there's a power line, the developer or the small business owner has to move the power line. My gosh, if there's an abandoned sewer line, you end up having to move that, right? And then on top of all of that, you actually get an impact fee. And I just would ask you, in your hearing, what are we learning that they're using these impact fees
Well,
for?
unfortunately, it's now exploded. It's not just pervasive, it's everywhere. In Senator Creighton's district, we've got one city that actually has per door impact fees yearly on apartments that are higher than their property taxes. So it's not in your district, Senator Kokors, but it's in his. So this is too much of a thing. That's why we're having this rational setup where there is a plan. Once it's adopted, it's auditable. It can't be changed for 3 years. The proliferation of this has gotten out of hand. So, and Texas is one of the few states that doesn't have a law like this to just keep the guide rails on the process.
Okay, and I think you're nicer than I would be probably. I would have done away with them because it is truly a hidden tax. Would you agree?
Oh, there's no question. An impact fee in the case of these apartments in Conroe, Texas, the impact fee is higher than their property tax. So the fee is a tax, the tax is a fee.
And so, and again, in your testimony, did you find out, are they just supplementing their budgets with this, or what are they doing?
Well, when you get to the point where you're talking about multi-year impact fees that go on and on and on, like the example we've used, yes, that's a budget supplement. And that's why you need to have a land use, plan as well as a capital improvement plan. We need to have notice, we need to have postings, people need to be involved, because you just can't snap your fingers and have impact fees that are higher than property taxes, and that's what's happening.
It is. I also found that maybe there are some engineering firms or consulting firms that you can just hire, and they come in and they do your fee and they say this is what you should charge.
The world wonders how this stuff gets propagated over a state as large as Texas so quickly. But this cottage industry is taking advantage of a law that needs change, and that's what this bill does.
Thank you. One last question. You know a lot about land and use, and my concern would be, as these cities are doing it, especially your smaller cities, it is an incentive to not build inside the city and to go outside of the lines of the city and build out, and so then you end up with obviously a lot of sprawl and different things. Would you agree with that?
Well, that's why there's a notice, a posting, have a discussion, allow for input, and put some guide rails on these, because yes, our small cities are where we're seeing the growth, but unfortunately people misinterpret that and end up just dumping a tremendous load on the cost of development for both commercial and residential. So I knew you'd be interested in this bill because it's been something that you've mentioned. And
Senator Betancourt, you're the nice approach. We'll see if the nice approach works, or we'll
if not,
come back with a hammer.
I'm going to turn low K, on the next bill when it comes back from the House.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Appreciate it.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the bill.
Senator Betancourt, you yield?
Yes.
To the extent that you believe impact fees are too high, how does this bill change the amount of the impact fee?
Well, it actually sets up guidelines that allow for a transparent process so that an impact fee is not done even with the knowledge of the governing body, and that we have, a capital improvement plan and LUA, and that there's actually a procedure to go through, and that once an impact fee is established, we don't change it like popcorn just because of some, changing circumstance, that it stays there. And so that, to quote you in the last debate, there's some predictability in what is going to happen from a budgetary perspective, especially for commercial and residential development.
So this bill does make it it adds more procedure and procedural challenges to setting your impact fee, but it actually doesn't change the amount that a municipality can charge in impact fees, does it?
No, because I think transparency will change those amounts. The case we talked about in Conroe is a real case, and that's an ongoing impact fee that is literally in excess of the property taxes. That type of onerous fee structure would fade into oblivion given the light of day of the bill. And also too, there has to be a process to where you actually do it in a public manner so that it is transparent and it doesn't change. And just because there's some new development, that comes in and the city decides to change on a dime, that's not the way that we should be doing impact fees in the state.
Now, I don't know enough of the details about the Conroe circumstance, but having grown up in Spring, Texas, so close to Conroe, I imagine that development probably was exerting a pretty heavy load on water, wastewater, and transportation that the city of Conroe was unprepared to fulfill.
To quote Senator Kolkhorst, that may be a kinder, gentler version than actually what had happened. Okay, but the purpose here is to let's get some idea of how impact fees should be leveled. The current process, we're literally one of the few states in the union that haven't made this type of change, to put some guide rails on it.
One thing that Senator Kolkhorst raised that I want to ask you a couple of questions about. So Senator Kolkhorst, you might find this interesting. To the extent that this makes it more difficult to have appropriate impact fees for new development. And it does push development into the unincorporated areas, therefore. Unincorporated areas do not have zoning, do they?
Well, down in my part of the country, neither does Houston.
Good point. Unincorporated areas do not have the ability to exact impact fees, do they?
I think there's some counties that have some. I think counties have those impact fees. So there is, impact fees in counties as well. So this sets up a structure that I think is a great model really for every taxing jurisdiction.
Most unincorporated areas do not have county-wide water, wastewater, correct?
Boy, I don't think, now I'll have to defer to my water expert over there. There is a possibility that some county actually does. I just can't tell you off the top of my head. But I'll let Senator Perry enlighten us later.
And of course, transportation infrastructure is also a continuing challenge for building out a grid in advance of population growth rather than after it's already on the ground.
Well, yes, but that's why the Conroe example is interesting, because you've got I-45 that's already been expanded, driving right through the town itself. So I think that's a misapplication of a high impact fee by any measurement I understand.
It is, however, do we both agree that an impact fee appropriately sized with transparency is a way for local governments to get growth to pay for itself rather than shifting the burden to all of the taxpayers?
Well, that was the theory when it started. It's gotten a little out of hand. And because those increased costs get passed on to the ultimate user, which is the homeowner or the apartment renter, one of the two generally, or the commercial business in between. That's why this bill is, designed as it is to try to make some sense out of this and get some guardrails. And you already know that she's in favor of abolishment. So I hope that this bill fixes the problem, because if not, there's another step that will always be taken.
Thank you for answering my questions. I always appreciate it.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1883. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1883. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1883 relating the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1883.
Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1883. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1883 relating the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eckhart and Senator Kolkhorst, for good questions on the bill. I move final passage of the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1883.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1883. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2024 banning disguised vape pens. Recent years, some vape pen companies have continued to deliberately target minors. Bad actors now have been disguising vape pens as products like school supplies, office supplies, and other deliberate attempts to help minors hide that they are using a vape pen at school specifically. There's zero need for a person who's legally allowed to purchase a vape pen to want to disguise that product as a vape pen. Senate Bill 2024 seeks to ban vape pens that are disguised as other products. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2024.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2024. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2024. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2024 relating to a prohibition on marketing and advertising or selling certain e-cigarette products.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Perry.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment prohibits hemp vape pens and vape pens containing other intoxicating substances. Similar language was added to SB 3 earlier this session.
Questions on the adoption of the amendment number 1? Is there any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator Perry, recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2024. The Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2024 relating to a prohibition on marketing, advertising, or selling certain e-cigarette products.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2024.
Senator Perry moves final passage the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2024. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Mr. President.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 240.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 240. Senate Bill 240 protects women and children's safety and privacy in dedicated spaces. And this legislation addresses an issue we're hearing more and more about from Texans across this state. One that touches on privacy, one that touches on safety and public trust, whether that's in restrooms or locker rooms or showers. Women and girls are finding their expectation of privacy increasingly compromised in spaces traditionally separated by sex. The bill ensures that men cannot enter bathrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms, family violence shelters, sleeping quarters, or any other private spaces dedicated to women. Opponents of this bill have said that we didn't need to do it. In 2017, I know Senator Kolkhorst heard that again and again, and that this was a solution in search of a problem. But this is happening. This is happening right here in this building. There was an order from Title IX with the Federal Department of Education that, of course, the former president signed off on that pushed this. And these are real situations affecting real people. Parents like me, concerned about their daughters. More and more Texans are asking, what happened to privacy in these public spaces? Senate Bill 240 is the Texas Women's Privacy Act, and it establishes a clear statewide standard. in public facilities owned or operated by a political subdivision of the state or state agencies, private spaces must be designated based on biological sex as stated on that person's original birth certificate. This bill affirms that women and girls should not be forced to surrender their privacy to men pretending to be women, and it does so while still allowing accommodations such as single occupancy restrooms, family rooms, and exceptions for emergencies, children, or persons with disabilities. What it does not allow is the wholesale redefinition of sex-specific spaces to include anyone who just simply identifies as the opposite sex. Enforcement matters as well in this legislation. Senate Bill 240 ensures civil penalties for non-compliant entities, $5,000 for the first violation, $25,000 for subsequent ones, with each day counting as a violation. Citizens can file complaints. The Attorney General, of course, is empowered to investigate and take action, including legal remedies and the recovery of costs and fees. And penalties from this go to the Compensation of Victims of Crime Fund. Senate Bill 240 is about protection, plain and simple. It provides clarity where confusion has taken hold, restores boundaries where they have eroded, and no woman should be made to feel unsafe or uncomfortable in spaces dedicated to their sex. Safety for women and children is common sense. Members, we stood up before for fairness in sports and for safety in healthcare, and today we stand up for women's privacy. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do, thank you.
You know, Senator Middleton, I don't know what kind of decision-making goes into play when someone has to go to the bathroom one way or another. And my questions really on this bill are not so much related to the subject matter that you're talking about, but more to the legality that you, and the legal consequences and the legal ramifications that you put into this bill. And so I think that that's important that we discuss that, if you will. Is that okay?
Yes, the enforcement. Yeah, happy to.
So the first question, is it true that this bill, SB 240, has a unique sovereign immunity provision that is expressly not waivable by any other portion of Texas law?
So what that means is that you can't be sued for enforcing, right? So in other words, as a, say, state agency head or a employee of a school district or a employee of a city or a county, such as Odessa, which already has an ordinance very similar to this, you can't be sued in your personal capacity. You have governmental immunity or sovereign immunity. I think you mentioned sovereign. That would be governmental in a couple of these examples, but there's sovereign immunity as well.
Right. So the city says, oh, I'm sorry, there's this new state law, you can't use this bathroom, and that person says, I'm going to sue you. That city can say, you can't sue me because this law protects me.
You can challenge the constitutionality of this. As it says in the very beginning of the bill, so if you go look right here, section 300.
What page is that on?
That's on page 2.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So those are two separate issues.
What page on that is?
That's page 2. Page 2.
Okay. And so a person can go into state court and challenge the constitutionality, or are you talking about federal court?
Either.
Well, and I go on because it's also the holder of the sovereign immunity cannot waive, so the city can't waive the immunity, right?
Correct.
Under the bill. And you agree with me that we do have an article in our Texas Constitution, which is Article 1, Section 3A, often referred to as the Equal Rights Amendment. You agree with me on that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And so you're saying that someone can bring a challenge under the Constitution?
It says in the bill specifically, very specifically, this chapter may not be construed to prevent a litigant from asserting the invalidity or unconstitutionality of a provision or application.
All right. Because, and I'll take your word for it. I don't know if you have a line number. I'd be glad to look at it. I'm most concerned about the fact that, you know, while you're suggesting that, portions of this bill say that notwithstanding any other law, the Civil Practice and Remedy Court, a court of this state does not have jurisdiction to consider and may not award declaratory injunctive relief or any type of writ that would pronounce any provision or application of this chapter invalid or unconstitutional. And that is in your jurisdictional component, which I believe is page 5, line through 10. So can you bring an action in state court?
Based on what I just provided earlier, yes, you could.
Well, I'm just wondering, because this is the plain language of your bill. It says, notwithstanding any other law, including Chapter 37, Civil Practice and Remedy Code, a court of this state does not have jurisdiction to consider and may not award declaratory injunctive relief or any type of writ that would pronounce any provision or application of this chapter invalid or unconstitutional. So that means that I cannot bring up my constitutional protection.
You're talking about the invalidity of this law, correct? Or are you talking about the enforcement? Which one?
It's in the bill itself. I believe it's on page 5.
You have to read that in context of the whole bill, so you have to go back to section 301.002.
Okay, well, let's just go on with the questions and we'll come back to that. Is it true that a court cannot restrain a political subdivision? Correct?
I'm not sure what section you're referring to.
I'm asking you, is it true that a court cannot restrain a political subdivision? In other words, there's no jurisdiction for the court to restrain a political subdivision from enforcing this law?
Correct.
Okay. It's also true that a Texas court cannot certify a class of plaintiffs or defendants for any kind of relief against this bill.
Right, it prevents a class action, yes.
Okay. Now let's say a plaintiff gets past all that, the jurisdictional stripping, the sovereign immunity piece, and they somehow are able to bring about a claim against a political subdivision, and they won on 3 of the claims but lost 1 claim. Under your bill, what happens on attorney's fees in that scenario?
It's loser pay.
So they could win 3 aspects of this thing, but lose 1 count. And they pay, right?
That's under the fee shifting provision.
And it's joint and several as well, isn't it?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it includes all parties.
Even their lawyers?
It's fee shifting. It's loser pay, Senator. I know you don't like that, but that's what it says.
No, listen, I'm probably more libertarian than most folks think. And I have real concerns about what you're doing in this bill on the legal and judicial ramifications. Because despite what you're telling us all here, if you can't even get into a courtroom, how in the hell do you get to question the constitutionality of the thing?
As it says right there in the bill.
It says right there in the bill, it may not award declaratory injunctive relief of any type or pronounce any provision or application of this chapter invalid or unconstitutional. That's right there in the bill. So how can I bring my constitutional case arguing my Article 1, Section 3A rights if I can't get into the courthouse?
Because you're free to bring a constitutional challenge under Section 301.02.
Yeah. I think this is an incredible government overreach, but I'll pass. I have no more further questions for this, Senator, and I'll wait till I have my amendment.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Middleton. So, Middleton, am I reading your bill correct that the civil penalty for a first-time offense is $5,000 for using?
That assumes a couple things in there, yes, but you have 2 different opportunities to cure on that.
How's that?
So there's a 3-day provision, right? So there's the Attorney General reporting, but that can't happen until you've had 3 business days where you've essentially attempted to cure this with a political subdivision of the state or a state agency, where they have the opportunity to fix it. And then at that point, you can file an attorney general complaint, and then that triggers a 15-day window. And then at that point, if it's still not cured, then you may be subject to that penalty, right? So there's actually 2 chances.
Okay. And then again, later in the bill, it shows that there's a $25,000 per day violation after this first offense, this being imposed. And a $25,000 violation is similar to things like producing or selling or offering mislabeled, abusable synthetic substances, forfeiture of contraband. And your bill that is designed so that people who aren't, I guess, the sex that's labeled on the bathroom door, that those people don't go in, you have $25,000 violation. Is that accurate?
Or repeated, yes.
Repeated offense, okay.
Repeated.
Is that...
After there's been a failure to cure. Failure to cure.
No, go ahead. You were telling me something you were explaining.
Yes, after failure to cure.
Who would prosecute these cases?
So there's no criminal penalty in this bill. This is civil, of course. Perhaps there could be some other associated criminal penalty, like we have some data here that I'd like to go through. For example, on sexual assault and rape, nearly 60% of sexual assault cases are women 0 to 19, right? This is females only. And then rape, nearly 60% are women and girls 0 to 19. And I think that shows you the importance of this bill.
Well,
this protects families, Senator. It's protecting families.
What number of people have been assaulted in bathrooms? Do we have any data that shows that people are being assaulted in bathrooms?
It's improper that someone of the opposite sex should go in, for example, with my 3-year-old daughter.
I don't disagree.
Is that okay? Is that okay if she's in the restroom, if an adult man goes in there with her? And that's never okay.
No.
It's never okay.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. Let's look at this.
What about in a locker room?
Pardon me?
Or a locker room, for example.
No, we don't agree with that as well. So let's see here. Your bill, if an individual is wanting to use a restroom, but there has been a previous complaint and the agency requires some type of confirmation of gender, how would the agency, or let's say a complaint's been made, how would someone confirm the gender of the individual? Who's going to enforce that the person is male or female? If, let's say, someone is in transition and it's hard to tell, someone says, no, that's a man, and they say, no, I'm a woman. How do we know who?
Well, that's a lot easier thanks to the Department of State Health Services order from August, I believe, of 2024, and the DPS order from January of 2025. And essentially what that says is it's close to the bill that we passed in this chamber as well, that in your birth certificate, it's got to be your at-birth sex. And the driver's license has to match that. Makes it a lot easier. That was Governor Abbott's order that was recently put into effect a few months ago for DPS, a little longer for Department of State Health Services. Obviously, we passed legislation in this chamber that would have the same effect. Make sure that your at-birth sex is accurately entered at the time that you're born.
So, under this legislation, who's going to stand at the door and ask to see your ID or your birth certificate?
Well, so Senator, this is already in effect in a number of school districts and cities, in fact, and the earth has not collapsed, the world has not ended. The city of Odessa, for example, had a 2024 ordinance that ensured that facilities, private facilities, such as restrooms and libraries, recreation centers, you had to use your at-birth sex designated facility, right? And that was I believe a $500 fine and up to $10,000 in damages. Go through a number of school districts as well: Keller ISD, Frisco ISD, Fort Bend ISD, Cypress Fairbanks, Katy ISD, Grapevine, Colleyville. This policy has actually been enacted in a lot of local political subdivisions of the state. But that's also part of the problem here that we seek to address, is it's a patchwork.
So have you ever been to a very, very busy function, a sporting event, a concert, and the bathrooms are side by side, and the men's bathroom, everybody's running in and out, and the women's bathroom is a very long line? Have you ever had that experience?
I've seen that before, yeah.
You've seen
Sure.
it? I've been in that experience, and at times when I've said, hey, there's a stall open, would you want to jump ahead? Because if someone's about to have an accident, so now if this bill passes, does that mean we can't let someone go into the men's restroom, a lady who's about to have an accident, or she's going to get fined?
You have to use the dedicated sex restroom or private facility, but it does not prevent single occupancy use facilities, such as a family restroom, for example. I think in nearly every situation you're describing with a sports arena or some sort of large public facility, those restrooms exist, and there's an exemption in this bill where those are still allowed to continue. So that's an option that's available, and this bill doesn't prevent that option from being available.
I understand. I understand the intent of your legislation. My concern is that, because I don't want anyone assaulted. I don't want any children assaulted. I don't want any women assaulted. I don't want anyone targeted, harassed. And I would hope that we could agree that in our desire to protect young women, we don't put a target on other people who may be in transition, or maybe we don't even think, we have no idea. We may be like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but now someone's going to have, if this bill passes, the opportunity to say, hey, you shouldn't be in there. If they just want to use the restroom, they're not looking to assault anybody. Aren't you worried about putting a target on people?
I'm worried about our families. I'm worried about women and children, Senator. I'm worried about the stories that we heard in committee.
Yeah.
I'm worried about Brooke Slussers. What we heard from her, I think you were probably there in committee, where she didn't even know it, and it was an overnight trip, right?
Right.
And she was on the volleyball team.
Right.
And she had to share a private room with a man. She didn't know that till later. Or Riley Gaines' case, for example. That's where she first found out that there was going to be a man unfairly competing against her on her swimming team. There was a naked man in her locker room. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I'm not for that. I'm trying to keep people from getting hurt of all kinds. I just don't want us to pass a bill that's going to potentially put a $5,000 fine on someone because they had to use a restroom. And look, you've mentioned it yourself, family restrooms. If I go to whatever grocery store, typically it's H-E-B in San Antonio, there's a family restroom. That's where I take my 4-year-old granddaughter. And I don't want her in the men's restroom for lots of reasons. Men tend to be disgusting when they use a restroom. So I just want what you want without putting a target on everyday Texans. Thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Middleton. So I heard you mention Odessa several times, and I believe that city ordinance was passed in November of 24. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't have the exact month.
Okay. Are you aware that it never went into effect and that actually the new city council and new mayor called it a controversial ban and said they have no intention of enforcing it, and that it actually failed to pass muster because they didn't notify the public about it?
Well, look, this is a statewide policy, and this is part of the reason why we're doing that, is because there is a patchwork around the state right now.
I asked if you were aware.
I was aware they had some issues. Yes.
Okay. So it's actually not in place. So you've said multiple times there is a city with an ordinance in place. It's not in place. And I'm just going to read a couple of quotes because I just want to ask you at the end how you feel about this in the context of everything you said. They described the bathroom ban as a controversial policy that was a final act of a lame duck council, which has been deemed unenforceable. It did not become law in Odessa, the mayor said. The T's weren't crossed and the I's weren't dotted, so it was never codified. The majority of council members that supported the proposal, including then mayor, lost their bids for re-election. Even though the former council successfully passed it, they never published the notice, so it didn't go into effect, and he called it draconian. The mayor said, "It's difficult to support a statute that appears to me on its very face to discriminate against a certain group of people. I just don't want anybody persecuted for all they're trying to do is use the restroom." So seems like that's new information for you. What's your reaction to it?
Well, so we shouldn't base whether or not we look out for the safety of women and children on some of these things that you're hearing of. They were afraid of the election, which is ridiculous. We put public safety first. We protect women and children in this body.
How are they afraid of the election if it was a lame duck
They
council?
they just talked about the election. They're worried about the election. Some of them got voted out over different issues, I assume.
You misheard me. It was a lame duck council. It was their last move out the door, and they failed to notify the public, so it didn't become law. That's very different.
I haven't seen the record on that. I would love to see it.
I'll shoot it over to you as soon as we're done. Thank you so much. And then you failed to answer it adequately, in my opinion, when my colleague asked you a minute ago. What's your data? What kind of data? What studies are you looking at? What number of assaults are happening in restrooms? And what number of assaults are happening by trans people as opposed to non-trans people?
So the data is what we saw with a nationwide order by the Federal Department of Education. That was something that everyone said would never happen. When SB3, I believe it was SB3, with Senator Kolkhorst, was up in this chamber. That's never going to happen. This is a solution in search of a problem. No one will ever do that. Well, they did it. They did it. It was a nationwide order. Thank God we defeated that in the courts. Our Attorney General successfully defeated that in Texas. Other Attorney Generals did.
With all due respect, Senator Middleton, I'm a public health nurse.
And they were forcing that issue on us.
Data usually comes with a percentage, a rate, some sort of pie charts. What kind of data do you have to prove that this is a good law? You're at risk of hurting a lot of people who just need to go to the bathroom.
Who is this hurting?
People who need to go to the bathroom.
Everyone can use the restroom according to their biological sex. Everybody.
Senator, what data?
There's plenty out there about what's right. I have a 3-year-old daughter. I do not want a man going to the restroom with her. Every mom and dad that I've talked to, we heard testimony in committee how important this was. There was someone that was actually 10 years old when the law was first proposed in 2017. Now she's an adult. I think she was from Round Rock ISD. And she first discovered this issue when she was in school, and how wrong it felt, and how violated she felt. And we can go back and look at the history as well. I can walk you through of why we've done this in the past. Would you like me to do that? I would like to.
No, I would like for you to produce a study. Usually when everybody gets up here with these huge bill books, they flip through, they find the numbers, they talk about it, and I can tell that this is an emotional issue for you, and I know you've got a daughter. I would love to know what data you are basing this on, because you're talking about prosecuting a lot of Texans who literally need to pee.
No one's getting prosecuted under this bill. This does not create a criminal penalty. So no one is getting prosecuted. But let's talk about it. So sex-separated private spaces were essentially first thought about in the 1840s.
With all due respect, I don't want to take up a ton of time, and it doesn't sound like the answer to my question is coming, so I'll ask you another one. That's okay.
But you know why? You know why that was done? It was for safety. I'll get to the bottom line. For safety. That's why they did that. That's why I'm doing this. It's the same thing then as now.
Okay, and if you do find safety data, please send it over to my office. We'd love to see it. And I'm going to ask another question that I think you failed to answer for my colleague, which is, what does this look like as someone's walking into a restroom? How do you check what somebody's gender or sex is before they go in there and go to the bathroom?
You simply take reasonable steps. Same policies our school districts have adopted as well. It's just reasonable steps. There's no mandate that they have someone they're checking. This is a reporting requirement, right? So you can file a complaint, and then you have the opportunity to have it resolved within a few days by the local political subdivision of the state agency. They have an opportunity to fix it or do something about it or adopt a policy to clarify this. And that counts. Then it's resolved and that ends at that point, right? So we create that process to cure, to make sure that this situation or this example you just gave me, that's not going to happen. It just takes reasonable steps. That's what it says. Reasonable. Reasonable.
Okay. Also, nothing specific in there. I would imagine you've engaged with a lot of stakeholders around this, and we want to hear, is it showing an ID? Is it a blood test? Is it showing somebody a body part to try to prove something? This doesn't feel enforceable, and I'm concerned. And I just want to share with you, because my prior question was about data. Comprehensive studies have found no link between trans-inclusive non-discrimination laws and increased safety risk in public restrooms or other gendered facilities. 75% of sexual assaults reported to law enforcement, which we do know is underreported, occur in a residence in Texas. So, you know, and what I'm concerned about and why I'm asking you about what this looks like walking into a bathroom for somebody is, as a woman, I'm afraid it's going to make me less safe. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's been numerous reports on non-transgender women being harassed in restrooms because they were mistaken for being transgender. So how does your bill prevent such incidents from escalating under this policy?
10 states have passed legislation similar to this. 10 states. And for the same reason we're doing it here, to protect women and children and their safety. And I don't even know what you're talking about with people that would be afraid of this. You can use the restroom. It was like with the women's sports bill. You can play sports. Everyone can play sports according to your biological sex. Period, the end.
Nowhere in there did it name a single part of your bill that's going to help make sure that women who, frankly, don't look as feminine as some people want them to, aren't going to get harassed going into the bathroom, which has happened in multiple of the states that you're talking about that have passed these bans. What in your bill is going to protect women, my people, from getting harassed because we don't look the way that you think that we should?
This bill is very simple, Senator. It's very simple. It dedicates private spaces according to biological sex.
The author has just repeated talking points multiple times.
Like
I'm done. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate you answering some questions.
That should be on your driver's license. Very easy to show.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do. Thank you.
When we're not in legislative session, I am a land use attorney. And often I am in far-flung areas in blue jeans, cowboy boots, and a hat going to visit somebody's ranch who's looking for a conservation easement or trying to defend themselves against a eminent domain case, for instance. So if I'm in some far-flung county and I'm in the courthouse dealing with a property, some kind of property filing, and I'm in blue jeans and cowboy boots and a hat, and I am nearly 6 feet tall, and I have very short hair, and I walk into the women's room. Am I making that county vulnerable to prosecution, civil prosecution under your bill?
No, you're not.
Don't you think it is at least probable that somebody's going to mistake me for a man? It's happened a lot. You can go ahead and say it. I'm not embarrassed by it.
No, this is not a good example because I'm certain what your ID shows is that you're a woman.
I don't have my ID on me in this hypothetical, and I certainly don't have my birth certificate.
So you're doing legal work without it. Well, I don't know what you're carrying or not carrying or how you drove there to the courthouse, but it's interesting. No driver's license to drive there.
Okay, let's say I am carrying my driver's license. So someone stops me and says, "Excuse me, sir, you can't use that bathroom." I have to show them my driver's license in order to prove up that I am a woman to go into the bathroom?
Not necessarily. It gives them an opportunity to cure if there's a complaint that is substantiated, which this wouldn't be because clearly you are a woman, right? There would be no civil penalty. That's easy. It's easy.
But still, I'm going to have to prove up to somebody that I'm not a man before I go in and use that multi-stall bathroom, right?
Not necessarily. There's no mandate on the county. There's no mandate on the city. There's no mandate on the school district. They have to adopt a policy that designates these private spaces according to biological sex, and that's it.
So let's say I repeatedly use this, county bathroom, Blanco County, let's say. And I'm doing some work there over a series of months, and somebody keeps seeing me walk in and assumes I'm a man and brings a complaint up to the Attorney General's office. How do they prove that complaint?
They can't bring it to the Attorney General's office before they brought it to the political subdivision of the state.
Okay, so they bring it to the political subdivision of the state. In this case, it's the county, and says, I see this man walk into the woman's room all the time, and y'all don't do anything.
This is fairly simple,
The county's
Senator.
supposed to prove this allegation.
Senator, this is very simple. You're creating a level of bureaucracy that is not in this bill. It's not in this bill. That's not what this bill does.
Well, I'm just wondering how
You're
you
reading
actually
into it,
prove
and it's
up
not
one
there.
of these civil offenses.
You're reading it into it, and it's just not there. That's just the bottom line. It's
How does an individual who thinks that they are seeing men walking into the women's room in the Blanco County Courthouse all the time, how does that case get proved up?
You have to submit a complaint.
Right. And then how does the recipient of the complaint investigate whether the complaint is valid? Do they have to go find each one of these alleged men who walked into the women's room and determine whether they are actually men?
That is up to our local political subdivisions of the state to determine the process they deem most appropriate, and also our state agencies.
So that's what you mean by, let me see, it's page 2, line 36. Every reasonable step.
Reasonable. Reasonable. Yes. Must be
So if somebody just comes to the county commissioner's court and says, I'm pretty sure men are walking into your courthouse women's room, the commissioner's court needs to take reasonable steps to make sure that that's not occurring.
That's also related to the opportunity to cure, but it sounds like in this case there is nothing to cure because you're the one going to the women's restroom, as you always have been apparently. So
I want to go back to something that Senator Gutierrez asked about because it's curious to me that on page 2, as you told him, page 2, line 22, this chapter may not be construed to prevent a litigant from asserting the invalidity or the unconstitutionality of a provision. I see that plain black and white right there, and I appreciate that. But how do you square that with page 5? Basically, your bill says you're not barring a litigant from making the assertion, but you are barring the state court from having jurisdiction over that assertion and making any kind of ruling with regard to it, much less certifying a class of people like me who've just trying to go to the bathroom and keep getting barred because somebody's asking whether or not we're women.
well, then you got to go back to page 4, and it allows immunity to be abrogated or preempted by federal law.
So you can't bring this suit in state court, is what you're saying?
It depends on how you frame that, Senator. You got to go back to 3001 on page 1. You possibly could. You could
make the allegation in state court, but state court can't have jurisdiction over the constitutionality.
It's intended for federal court.
So, your answer to my question is you cannot bring a suit under state constitutional provisions by this bill. You bar a challenge under the state constitution by this bill.
You can bring a lawsuit, Senator. You can bring a lawsuit based on the constitutionality being challenged. You can. It says that very clearly. You're reading something that's not in there.
No,
you have
it is
to
very
read it
clearly
together.
on page 5.
You have to read this together. You have to.
I beg to differ. How can you say on page 5 that a state court has no jurisdiction and cannot award declaratory or injunctive relief?
That's related to the enforcement and not the constitutionality.
So, It does not apply to the plaintiff. Section 3001.002, this chapter may not be construed to prevent a litigant from asserting the invalidity or unconstitutionality of a provision or application of this chapter as a defense to liability in an action claim or counterclaim brought under this chapter. At the end of the day, Senator Middleton, why are you creating this civil cause of action around bathrooms that violates the separation of powers between the legislative and the judicial branch and creates a claim that probably can't be proven? Why are you doing this?
For safety.
Because you think that there is just you've stated no statistical basis for some imagined danger that is rampant across the state of Texas. But I respect that you are afraid of that. I respect that you are afraid of that. And frankly, I prefer having a women's bathroom. Frankly, I prefer having a one-holer, and most people do. I don't think that we'll be able to afford to have one-holers for everybody in all government buildings, but it sure would be nice. But thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A couple of questions about this bill for the author.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do.
Senator Middleton, to kind of launch us into a conversation that it appears you haven't been willing to go into before. You're mentioning safety, and everybody wants safety. But I have my staff look up the history of assaults by men against women in women's restrooms, and the data we had was back to 2013. We found 5 convictions. Are you aware of any other statistics that would suggest that there are a lot of, and by the way, they're convicted before your bill. It's already illegal to assault anybody, anywhere. So do you have other data that would compel us to go down this path of this really fraught bill?
Sure, let's talk about the history.
No, I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about data. Do you have any evidence that men are committing crimes in women's restrooms?
That is the data.
History is the data?
That is the genesis of it, because...
That's a genesis. It's not data. I mean,
you
can keep saying it, but it's not true. Data is numbers.
It is, and we know it's fundamentally not right to have a man go into a woman's restroom.
That's not my question. You've said it a bunch of times. My question is, do you have any data? I'm not arguing whether it's right. In fact, I don't think anybody thinks it's right for dudes to walk into the women's restroom all the time. I think you could throw them out of this building right now without this bill if they do that. So, and you said earlier that there are a bunch of districts that have exactly this policy, and the earth hasn't collapsed. Has the earth collapsed in the absence of this bill?
Senator, this has continued to get worse. As I stated earlier, we had an order from the Federal Department of Education that would which has been overturned, thank goodness, And we have seen this in other states as well. We had actually an example of 400 requests for transfer from the men's prison unit to the women's. So the family violence shelters are in here. When is it okay to have a man go into a woman's family violence shelter?
Actually, I'm the one answering the questions. That's how this works. I was educated earlier about how this works. I'm the one asking the questions. You're the one answering the questions. It's like a deposition, kind of. And I'm not in favor of that stuff either.
Senator, if you will, Senator Middleton has the floor, and please allow him to
ask me questions.
He's allowed to respond, Senator.
Yes. Okay, but does he ask me questions and then I answer his questions? I'm just trying to learn the procedure. I've only been here 4 sessions.
Senator Middleton has the floor, and he's allowed to answer the questions if you please.
I'd be happy I would be delighted if he would answer questions.
Senator Middleton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members. Was there a question?
Oh, I'd be happy to ask another one. You mentioned 10 states have passed similar laws. Are you aware of arrest numbers pursuant to those or fines issued? I know this is not about arrests, it's about proceedings against municipalities. Do we have any information about who's flaunting the law?
Every state has a different procedure in how they've implemented this. Ours is civil, of course.
Yeah.
Some have decided to go a different route, which is not the route in this bill.
Okay. Do we have any estimates as to how many women have been protected by these bills in 10 other states?
Common sense is something that we should all support, Senator. Is it common sense to say that a man should go into a women's family violence shelter? I mean, these are the things that it does. Or a private sleeping area. A man should be able to go into that, like a dormitory.
Why are we talking about that?
Because it's in the bill.
There's a lot of stuff in the bill. I'm asking if there's any evidence, not about what should and what our norms and our morals are, but I'm asking is there any evidence that there is a threat, a safety threat, safety that we all really, really support, that is addressed by the bill?
It's happened in this building, actually.
Assaults in the bathroom?
Men going into women's restrooms.
Have there been any assaults of men?
I have heard from people that were involved in that were fearful because of it.
I'm sorry.
Is that okay?
I didn't hear you.
That were fearful of that.
That were fearful. Okay.
Yeah.
I do understand that. You're talking about people being uncomfortable, and I understand that. I really do. So let's talk about something uncomfortable. Let's talk about trans. If somebody undergoes surgical procedures to change their genitalia, their anatomy, at least visibly for all outward purposes, from male to female, your bill would require them, a woman who surgically resembles a man, or a man who surgically resembles a woman, they would have to use the bathroom that matches the gender to which they were assigned at birth, but not the gender to which, for all outward appearances, they are today. Is that okay?
They have to use their birth sex.
So what problem have we solved here? You just said it makes people fearful and uncomfortable. I think that would make people fearful and uncomfortable. Do you?
At or near the time of birth, just like we passed in the Save Women's Sports Act, just like Senate Bill 406 the other day.
Thank you for answering a few of my questions.
Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
To ask the gentleman some questions.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do, thank you.
Senator Middleton, if you'll just give me a second. I'm looking for something here. I'm having a bit of a deja vu moment here for Senate Bill 6 of 2017. Your language has some very similar language to mine, and honestly, I just want to go through a history lesson here, if we could. One of the history lessons being that, do you know when all of this conversation began? Do you have any idea when all of this began? What is it?
That was, I think you first proposed it in 2017, and it was at some point before that, I think that bill had been introduced before, but I don't recall exactly in the 2015 session.
So it actually, let's go back in time, and it really started on May the 13th, 2016, when Barack Obama, President Obama, issued the Dear Colleague letter. And within that letter, he said several things. And he said that gender was not determined by sex, but that it was determined by what you thought, in so many words. I have it on my computer. If you'd give me a few minutes, I'll pull it up, and I could quote from it. And he went very much into detail about the Department of Justice, actually. Let me correct myself. President Obama's Department of Justice. And basically, there was a penalty attached to that. If you did not allow someone who identified with their gender to stay in overnight trips, I mean, very specifically went into overnight trips in school-related activities. It went very specifically into private spaces like bathrooms, listed out bathrooms. Went very specifically into locker rooms. It went very specifically into sports. It went very specifically into Title IX. And I become very emotional about Title IX because I was a benefactor of Title IX from 1972 because we had no sports to play in back then. And actually, 2 Democrats passed that bill that allowed people like me who wanted to play sports, I was going to have to play in, baseball with the boys. And because of that bill, my father started the softball league in Brenham, Texas, and a little girl who dreamed of being an athlete got to play. I'm one of the fortunate ones. I got to be a college athlete. But I never dreamed that the day would come that I would have to worry that a male would walk into the bathroom. And I really respect all my colleagues here and their question of where are your statistics? But when that letter set in motion, there was a lot that happened. And right before that, in 2015, in the city of Houston, Anise Parker had an initiative that then all of the, as you remember, the spiritual leaders of Houston, Texas, got together and they defeated that referendum, that proposition. And then shortly after that, the Dear Colleague letter. And then shortly after that, Senator Kolkhorst files Senate Bill 6, of which the Lieutenant Governor and I had many press conferences, suffered many attacks, and questioning, as you said, I've told you that story. This is a solution looking for a problem. But fast forward, post Dear Colleague letter, there's been a lot. No one ever dreamed, when I put sports in there, no one ever dreamed that actually there would be men playing in women's sports. It just wasn't a thought. But I knew that was going to be the ultimate reaction, the ultimate purpose of that bill, and it happened. And so we can all argue here, but I stand up as a woman to say that our private spaces should be private. I had a cause of action. Senator Huffman walked over and we were looking at old Senate Bill 6, and I had some cause of action. And there are details in there that maybe you need to, as this moves to the House, continue to work on. But I think that the purpose of the letter of your bill, Senate Bill 240, is a reaction from 2016 and the Dear Colleague letter. Would you agree?
Yes, and that HERO ordinance, I remember at the exact same time that was happening. It all happened within about a year of each other. And
so
really
words on paper matter. I'm just going to ask you that question. Do words on paper matter?
They matter
because
a lot.
May 13th, 2016, there was a letter that was sent to every one of our school districts and said, we will withhold your federal funding if you do not allow someone who identifies, and they could identify differently every day, into those private spaces. So words on paper matter, right?
They do.
So words on paper saying, and I've heard my colleagues say, of course we don't want men in our bathrooms or in our locker rooms assaulting. I don't want to undress in front of a man in a locker room. That's not appropriate public, even though it's private, it's public when you go into a locker room and you're undressing. Nor should any little girl feel like that either. In fact, it could be a deterrent for them playing sports or going to YMCA or going to a public place, undressing in front of men. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Thank you very much.
And we heard that story from Riley Gaines, so thank you for your leadership on that, Senator Kolkhorst.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 240. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 240. The secretary reads the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 240 relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to biological sex.
Following amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. This bill is called the Texas Women's Privacy Act. And so this amendment protects a woman's right to make her own medical decisions in her own house with her own pharmacist and her own physician. I think it's a good amendment, and I hope it's acceptable to the author because it is about a women's Texas right to privacy.
Senator Middleton on the amendment or response to the amendment.
I respectfully oppose this amendment. This is about disciplinary actions with telehealth or mail prescriptions, has nothing to do with the intent of the bill. So I oppose the amendment. And I believe it's not germane also.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
11 ayes, 20 nays. On the question on the amendment fails. Senator Middleton, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Committee Substitute Senate Bill 240.
Senator Middleton moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold right there. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HB 14 Harris relating to support for the development of nuclear
Senator Hughes, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SCR 42.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Concurrent Resolution 42. Senators, this is an important topic. We've been discussing these matters for the last several minutes, and it's about biological sex. We recognize that there are people who are struggling and people who have different ideas, and we love and respect people who are struggling in this area. We also recognize that there is scientific truth, there is biological truth, and it's important that our laws be based on the truth. We can love and respect people and help them while we hold up a standard of truth. And so that's what this bill is about, recognizing this resolution, an official recognition on the part of the state that there are two sexes, male and female. That's what our biology tells us, that's what science tells us, and there are legal implications that flow from that, whether we're talking about men in women's locker rooms or men in girls' bathrooms or men in women's sports. These are difficult issues to deal with, but we must deal with them. We didn't ask for this, but this has come upon our culture, and it's important that we take this respectful and firm stand. This is consistent with the governor's executive order from January 30th of this year and the president's from January 20th. That's Senate Concurrent Resolution 42, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To speak on the resolution.
We can come back to you on adoption.
Got it. Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Just if the gentleman would yield for a few questions.
Senator Hughes, do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Well, thank you, Senator. I know you mentioned science earlier, and science is sometimes confusing to me. That's why I went on to law school. There's so much to it, right? I was also horrible at math. So I had to do something, so I became a lawyer. How do you like that?
I can identify.
Yes, sir. So I do have some questions about science. What is the force of this concurrent resolution? How does it change the law currently?
So it's a concurrent resolution. As you know, concurrent resolutions are often used for the state to express its position on a matter. There's always specific legislation, like the bill we just considered, like the bill we considered earlier about driver licenses, or about birth certificates, or bills in previous sessions about sports, about protecting women's sports and girls' sports. So this bill, not unlike the governor's letter executive order, is expressing the position of the legislature on this topic.
Well, here's the science part. And so, did you study or investigate chromosomal differences in sex development in the creation of this SCR?
Well, Senator, there's been a lot of testimony before the legislature about chromosomes and about XX and XY and about male and female characteristics, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so what is Turner syndrome?
I beg your pardon?
Turner syndrome, are you familiar?
I'm not familiar with Turner syndrome, no, sir.
Okay, so you're missing one X chromosome. It often leads to short stature and underdeveloped ovaries and infertility as well. How does SCR 42 affect people with Turner syndrome?
Senator, for folks with Turner syndrome or folks with conditions that is often under the broad category of intersex, I think the experts would agree that that does not create a third sex. There is male and there is female, and often children born with those conditions, there's not a sex assigned at birth. And once the doctors can determine it, then that sex is assigned, but it's male or female.
So what sex? So if you got
when it can be determined, it's male or female.
So if someone's born missing an X chromosome, what sex are they?
I beg your pardon?
Under your bill, what sex are they if you got Turner syndrome?
Senator, as you probably know, whether it's Turner syndrome or other conditions, physicians look at chromosomes, they look at organs, they look at what's there, and they make a decision and they assign a sex, male or female.
Are you familiar with Klinefelter syndrome?
I've heard the term, but I'm not an expert on it.
Okay, also an extra X chromosome, typically assigned to male, but typically, not always. So in essence, what you're suggesting, it's up to a doctor to kind of flip a coin then. If any of these things happen.
Hardly a coin flip, Senator.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a mosaic developmental sexual difference where an individual has two X chromosomes but develops male physical characteristics? Have you ever heard of that? A mosaic?
I have read about this category of conditions. I'm not familiar with that particular one. I'll take your word for it.
It's a syndrome called De La Chapelle syndrome. They have two X chromosomes like a woman, but they develop testicles. So what sex are they under this bill?
There's a list of conditions like that, and Jacobs syndrome, Swyer syndrome, some of these we have looked at. In each of these cases, I bet your research will indicate that the physicians take a look and determine and make a determination. There's no suggestion that there is a third sex.
If any law was written that treated sexes unequally, would that violate Texas law?
Senator, I would use the words that the governor used in his January 30th, 25th letter. He says, sex discrimination consists in treating a member of one sex less favorably than the other, absent some pertinent difference. To the extent that the law recognizes there are differences. For example, health coverage, many insurance policies might require maternity coverage for a female. They would not for a male. So obviously those things are going to happen. But subject to that, this is about treating people the same regardless of their sex.
Okay. So if you have these people with these missing chromosomes or additional chromosomes, these intersex people, as you discussed, how about if a law was written that virtually erased intersex people? Would that violate Texas law?
Senator, I don't know of any law that erases people.
Well, we have a whole list of syndromes that you mentioned, a few more than I did. Some of them are here on my list. You suggested a few more. And, you know, oftentimes those folks are born with, we don't know if they're male or female. We call them intersex. So how does that comply? How does that jive with this notion, male or female, which is what your SCR would attribute them to be?
Well, Senator, that's what medicine does today. Patients with those conditions are examined, they're treated, and they are assigned a sex. In fact, the bill that the Senate passed not too long ago, Senator Middleton's bill about the birth certificate, it makes allowance for those whose biological sex is not determined at birth because the child, as determined by a physician, has a typical or ambiguous sex organs, chromosomes, endogenous profile for either male or female. And then once the determination is made, then male or female is assigned.
And that's what we're dealing with.
Those are the only two categories.
This is a kind of confluence with your SCR, and you just mentioned his bill that we just heard. So his law would seek to try to delineate between the sexes, say who goes to which bathroom and so on and so forth. So you brought that up now.
Well, this was about the birth certificate bill, but go ahead.
My question to you was, is there a protection in place, let's use that hypothetical, in place that would allow someone that felt that they were treated unequally to be able to bring about a lawsuit? Is there some protection in our Constitution?
Well, Senate Concurrent Resolution 42 that's before us does not create a cause of action. Does not give rise to a cause of action.
But I'm asking about a hypothetical. You brought up Senator Middleton's bill, his proposal. If it became law, what in the Texas Constitution gives someone a right and a cause of action to bring about if they felt that they were treated unequally? Is there a provision?
Senator, it would depend on the basis for their unequal treatment. As you know, the law recognizes protected classes. Federal law is a little different than state law. I think are we talking about the same thing? I'm not sure I'm following.
Sure. I mean, we have a protection that even goes further in our Texas Constitution. It's an equal rights clause under Article 1, Section 3A. I'll read it to you. Equality under the law shall not be denied or abridged because of sex, race, color, creed, or national origin. This amendment is self-operative. You understand that, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Would you consider yourself do you consider yourself an originalist when interpreting the Constitution like Judge Scalia, Judge Alito? Scalia's dead, of course.
Like a textualist, the meaning of the words when they're used, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So the Equal Rights Amendment in our Texas Constitution was drafted and adopted in November 7th, 1972. That's when it was approved by the voters. November 7th, 1972.
I believe you.
All right.
I wasn't eligible to vote at that time, but I'm sure that's right.
Were intersex medical conditions known before 1972?
I believe they were, and if you have information, I'd love to hear it. I believe they were.
They were. Androgen insensitivity syndrome, 1953. Turner syndrome, 1938. Klinefelter syndrome, 1942. Swyer syndrome in the 1950s. How does your SCR, for that matter, Senator Middleton's bill, jive with the Equal Protection Clause, or rather the Bill of Rights, the Equality under the Law statute under our Texas Constitution?
It has no effect on that, Senator.
If Texas law only recognizes two sexes, Senator, when 600,000 Texans exist that may not be either gender, doesn't that discriminate against those 600,000 Texans?
Senator, folks with disorders like you're describing are assigned a male or female sex. Not always at birth, but they are assigned a male or female sex.
And to your point, you said it yourself earlier, they can always go to the courthouse and argue Article 1, Section 3A of the Constitution, but guess what? Under Senator Middleton's bill, they cannot do that. And we'll discuss that at closing later. I have no further questions.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Senator Hughes, just the bill before this, we were arguing a somewhat similar bill with its intent to keep women safe. What's the intent of your Senate concurrent resolution urging the state to adopt this policy?
Senator, the fact that there are two sexes, male and female, has been accepted in not just Western civilization, but in human civilization for a long time. In recent years, this has come into question, and this was discussed on the previous bill. Even the Equal Rights Amendment that Senator Gutierrez referred to, when that was passed in 1972, there were two sexes, male and female. That's been the basic underpinning of our law, and that's what our laws have been based on. And so only in recent years has this come into question. So this Senate concurrent resolution, like the governor's executive order letter of January 30th, like the one from the White House on January 20th, is making it clear that there are two sexes, male and female. The resolution itself does not create a cause of action. It does not, in and of itself, change laws, but it does form an important position for us to take as a state.
You're familiar with the Texas Legislature Online, the computer program, the software you can do searches on for bills?
Yes, sir.
If you put into the subject the words gender, identity, or expression, are you aware that it will produce 68 bills filed this session to address that?
I haven't looked it up, but I believe you. I'm sure that's right.
So without this SCR, there are already 68 or more ideas from both chambers about what to do, about what we're seeing in our society. Are you aware that those 68 bills are one more than the number of people in Texas jails who identify as trans? There are 67 people in our Texas jails who identify. Were you aware of that?
No, sir, I did not know that.
And, it may sound like a large number, but that's out of 220,000 people in the state currently in our jails. And so I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're trying to solve.
Senator, there will be specific bills like the ones, some of those you described. I don't know what all those 68 bills are. There'll be bills like we heard this afternoon, others we have considered. And in previous sessions, we've dealt with the issue of protecting women's sports at the high school and at the college level. All those bills are important. This, like the governor's executive order, will make sure that our agencies and make sure that state officials know when these questions arise, we follow the law based on two sexes, male and female.
I understand what you're saying. I think the problem, though, is by trying to put this very much into specifics, that you're trying to box in the possibility for people to be discriminated against who may not fit normal stereotypes. And that's the thing, that I think that at best, people are going to get harassed, and at worst, they're going to be discriminated against or hurt because they don't look quite like that gender that they were given at birth. And as you've said it yourself, some people are born, it's not easily distinguishable whether they're male or female, and it's later assigned. Are you aware that when people have been assigned eventually their gender, that the person who grew up with that gender assigned to them has said that was incorrect. I'm actually the opposite gender. Are you aware of that?
We've heard testimony. We've heard testimony from folks, and I want to make sure I understand the question. Are we speaking of someone who was born with, for example, male?
Let's say ambiguous. It was difficult to determine at birth. Doctors waited, and then they assigned one to them. They go, we can't tell. You know what? We think it's a male. We think it's a female. And later, that person says, you know, this is what was put on my birth certificate, but it's never what I've felt.
And in those cases, even under the new bill on birth certificates, there's a provision for when the sex was not assigned at birth or the doctors could not determine it. But even in cases like that, Senator, it is male or female. It is one of those two sexes.
Understood. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on SCR 42. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
SCR 42, urging the state to adopt the policy to recognize two sexes, male and female.
Chair recognizes Senator Cook to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you so much for your attention, members. This resolution and its sibling cohort of bills purport a false narrative of attacks and violations. And from my perspective, these pieces of legislation are the violations. We're asking the state to scrutinize and regulate Texans' actual privates. This is about privacy, which we all want, and safety, which we all want, and freedom of choice, which we all want. Every single Texan. This scrutiny exposes the truth of this legislation. It's not to keep women safe, but to tell Texans that they can't live outside of the expected gender binary. And y'all know I'm out and queer, and it has been the most liberating experience of my life. I have found God in the moments of being able to really explore within myself what it means to be a woman, what I think it means to be a man, and then to buck some of that and experience the fullness of humanity that I really think Christ offers us. I just want to tell y'all, I got a lot of friends at home who are trans, who are non-binary, who are exploring their experience of gender and humanity on this earth. And this resolution is an extremely painful attack on them. And to be honest, it's a painful attack on me. I was made fun of my entire upbringing for being a tomboy, for being boyish. And those limits on gender, that insistence that there is innate and immutable characteristics that go along with it, is something that actually leads to violence against women. We should be investing in proven prevention efforts like considering the role of masculine socialization that's all over the news right now, acceptance of gender norms, and how forcing stereotypes can actually cause distress in adolescents and adult men. This is well researched. It's big boys don't cry. And the trans community has a lot to offer us in a way of really thinking about what if this is working for us, what if it's coming from the nature of our creation, and then what are we putting on ourselves that could actually be causing a lot of harm? This resolution puts so much pressure on men and women and could really be a kindling for the hot flame of violence. For all of human history, people have existed outside of this gender binary. And to be totally honest with y'all, I think it's kind of arrogant of us to write this kind of policy from the state level, to think that we have a better understanding of gender and of sex than the people who are actually experiencing it. Lastly, I'll just say, our job is to protect Texans' fundamental rights to privacy, freedom of expression, and safety. This resolution does the opposite, and I have never appreciated more than now that the time in this legislature is a zero-sum game. Every time we pull up a bill that's defining gender or telling people where they can go to the bathroom, That's a time that we're not considering a bill to keep all the lights on, or to make groceries less expensive, or to help small businesses deal with the tariffs that are coming down. So I just ask us to please start prioritizing bread and butter issues that meet the needs of the middle-class Texans that we are here and elected by to serve. So I reject this resolution, and I, again, really appreciate y'all's attention to my comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the members for discussion of sensitive topics, but important ones. We are each different, and that's by design. We're each created in God's image, each with different traits and characteristics and appearances, and that is a beautiful tapestry that God made. We recognize that we can respect people's feelings and their desires to express themselves. We cannot pretend that up is down and down is up. There are certain laws like gravity and certain rules of nature and creation that we all have to live by. We all have to live by those rules, and they protect us. They protect our children. And so the very simple premise of this resolution, whereas human beings are born male or female with such biological identity being immutable and innate. With that simple truth, I move adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 42.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senators.
Following motion in writing, Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 4:00 p.m. today. Motion by Zaffarini.
Members, is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Bettencourt, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1539.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a series of lawsuits throughout Texas that have impacted the implementation of constitutional amendments that the majority, or in some cases, supermajority of the voters have approved. This bill, Senate Bill 1539, would allow for approved constitutional amendments such as the largest property tax cut to go into history to actually go into effect and not be tied up in litigation for years. Senate Bill 1539 establishes a filing of an election contest, does not suspend the implementation of a constitutional amendment approved by the majorities of the votes cast in election. And I do have an amendment that both the governor's office and the lieutenant governor's office had worked on that also sets a 180-day limit on trial action to be completed. And so with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 1539.
Senator West, for what purpose?
We can't hear mumbles over there. Would you ask the senator to speak a little louder?
What part, Senator West?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. All right. For you, Senator West, I'm going to hit rerun. Okay, button. All right. Senate Bill 1539 sets up a process that we want to implement for constitutional amendments because they have been basically sued over after being passed by, in some cases, a supermajority of the public. And we want the constitutional amendments through Senate Bill 1539 to go into implementation, but with a rocket docket of an amendment I'm taking that would allow for 180 days to adjudicate any concerns over the amendment. So we're going to try to get the horse back ahead of the cart so that if the public approves a record property tax relief, there's not a question about it going into effect. And I have a floor amendment that Lieutenant Governor's staff and the Governor's staff have worked on as amendment number 1. Was that loud enough? Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Bedcourt, you yield?
Maybe.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
So, Senator Betancourt, as you well recall, last session with tax relief, it went to the voters, it passed overwhelmingly, and then described by the Texas Tribune, I think aptly, the election contest challenging the results of the November constitutional amendment election were filed in Travis County District Courts days after the November election by right-wing activists. They are based on false claims that the Texas voting equipment is not certified and that voting machines are connected to the internet.
Yes, that's right. So, well, I don't think that lawsuit has a good standing. And
it didn't. How long did it take for that to work its way through the courts?
I'm not advised that might still be in the courts from what I understand.
It's not. It went through rather quickly.
Oh, it did? No, I thought there was that was appealed on some procedural grounds, and I bet, sorry.
The courts put it on an expedited schedule and got that thing pushed through.
How long? How many days?
I'll have to go back and see how many days, but of course, the governor did ultimately certify the election, and we were able to move forward.
Well, we were certainly
the biggest tax relief ever in the history of the universe.
It's a record $22.7 billion, if you want to use that term. A record. It was the greatest, and I'm so happy you voted for it.
So my question for you is, why do you want to single out this specific type of election for certification? What my concern is you're taking discretion away from the courts, and I'm wondering why, since even in this circumstance, the courts acted quickly and the largest tax break ever in the history of the universe was able to be certified. So why this particular bill?
Senator Eckhart, there's another one of these that I think was from the 21 election that is still in some semblance of legal dispute. Now, I think this is a great bill because the governor went ahead and certified. The courts did rule on the bill per year. I'm glad to hear that one. I'm sorry, I was confusing that with an older case that was still out there after 2 or 3 years. And once the public votes on a constitutional amendment, there's the conclusion in the average voter's mind that means it's gone into effect because, quite frankly, they once they vote, they are technically the ones that established the Constitution in the first place. So I think this is the right balance. We go ahead and let the proposal go in, and then we have a 180-day period to make sure. In your case, if your information is correct, I have no reason to doubt it, the property tax went into, but there was a prior one from the previous election that was still open when we took the hearing, the interim hearing on this in the late fall. And that means it was open for at least close to 3 years.
I am concerned with the numbers of bills that are invading upon courts' discretion. But I appreciate you answering my questions. But I do remain concerned that we have perpetrated the big lie, and then we suffer the consequences from people who insist that the elections are a fraud. And then our response to that is not to speak truth and correct the big lie. Instead, our response is to curtail the discretion of the courts.
Well, I think that first off, by any objective measurement, an 83% vote, I think Senator Huffman had a constitutional amendment that was at the same number. Once it's passed by that supermajority, the public expects it to go in. There's no fraud in that election. And this gives us a balance of having it to go into effect, but there is judicial discretion. It's just only for 180 days. And the other case is the one that actually triggered it because it was close to 3 years. And I think that case may still be open. But now you're right. You've reminded me that the property tax case is not. So thank you for your question.
Thank you for answering them.
Senator Bettencourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1539. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1539. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1539 relating to requirements and procedures in the contest of an election on a proposed constitutional amendment.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt, you recognize the amendment.
Thank you, members. This is the aforementioned amendment. It just clearly indicates that the trial court must issue the judgment of the court is not filed later than the 180th day after the date of contested election. I move adoption.
Question on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Senator Bettencourt, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 1539.
Senator Bettencourt moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Bettencourt, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Bettencourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Everett.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage Senate Bill 1539. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1539 relating to requirements and procedures in the contest of an election on a proposed constitutional amendment.
Senator Bettencourt, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1539.
Senator Bettencourt moves final passage of Senate Bill 1539. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures, HB 26 whole, relating to
Senator Middleton, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 825.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take and consider Senate Bill 825.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 825. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage committee substitute for Senate Bill 825. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 825 relating to an annual study on the economic, environmental, and financial impact of illegal immigration in this state.
Chair recognizes Senator Gutierrez to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, listen, it's getting late in the session. We don't have time for big speeches. But if we're just going to study one side of this thing, it makes no sense. Without studying the economic benefit that migrants bring to this community, without studying the impact of construction, the impact on our restaurant industry, the impact on the Dreamers, the bill that was just heard in committee yesterday. If we're going to study the cost of illegal immigration, and Senator Middleton just wants to study the costs on counties or whatever, or hospitals, and yet we don't study the benefit that these people bring to this state, it's simply wrong and it's unjust. Because forget everything that they do good for us. Forget the food that you eat, the food that we ate earlier today. Our meat packing plants in the sea shift across this nation are replete with migrants doing the jobs that Americans simply don't want to do. So like I said, it's getting along in the session. But it's these kinds of proposals, these kinds of bills that try to create a narrative in this country that simply isn't true. And Senator Middleton is smarter than this. And he's smart enough to know that there's more to it than just to the side of the argument that he wants to give.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you very much. It is important in this chamber that we base our policies on facts. And facts require us oftentimes to look at things that we don't want to look at, and often requires us to learn something. Just earlier today, Senator Hancock made an assertion with regard to the reasons our insurance rates were going up, and part of that assertion was based on the cost of labor. Part of the cost of labor is dependent upon our immigration policies. It is important for us to know in a study that it's truly unbiased. A study expands our knowledge. Propaganda pushes a position. This is not a study. This bill is propaganda. It does not seek to learn. It seeks to push a position. I would submit to you that our time and the money of the people of the state of Texas and the expectations of the people of the state of Texas is that we would look at the whole picture so that our policy decisions would be well informed. And therefore, I must vote no, because this is not actually a study.
Senator Hinojosa Vidalgo, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I voted for this bill in border security, but during the testimony and the way it was presented by Senator Middleton was that it would be a study, it would be an unbiased study. For us, as policymakers, we need information. We need factual information to help us make informed decisions on state funding and what laws to pass, what changes need to be made. But now, even yesterday, I voted for the bill for engrossment. But during the questioning of Senator Middleton, and I talked to him about it, his response was, no, we don't need to study about somebody being here in this state illegally. Obviously, we don't support anybody being in this state illegally. But the reality is that we do have immigrants who are here in this state illegally. So how do we address that? The only way we can address that by having a full picture of the impact they're having, good or bad, negative or positive, so we can then make decisions based on laws to address the issues and the challenges we face here in our state. For that reason, I'll be changing my vote to no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Middleton moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 825. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator. Senator Betancourt, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2010.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business on the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2010.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bills 2010. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
22 ayes and 9 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2010. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2010 relating to the authority of a political subdivision to establish and operate a guaranteed income program.
Senator Cook, you recognize to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the thing that troubles me the most about this is that we are taking tools out of a toolbox. And we tend to do that a lot. I'm seeing it on this floor. Why would we be removing tools that could help people from local toolboxes from the state level? Guaranteed income programs work. In Austin's pilot program, 30% of participants increased their incomes or secured better jobs. In San Antonio's program, over half the participants maintained or improved their housing stability. The largest study of guaranteed income in the U.S., involving 5,000 participants across Texas and Illinois, found no evidence that these programs discourage work, and in fact, the majority of them saw people either working shorter hours because they had found a better job, using those shorter hours to go to school, or using those shorter hours to care for family members, and a lot of them ended up in better jobs by the end of the program, or at least part of the way through their education. This bill solves no existing problem. Cities aren't required right now to implement these programs, and making them illegal, again, removes a tool from the toolbox that we could need at a future date. The data, not ideology, should guide our decisions. Thank you so much for your attention to my comments.
Senator Betancourt, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the 82,000 Harris County residents that applied for this UBI program and the 6,000 that were screened for it and the only 1,900 plus that actually were going to get it, and all the taxpayers of Harris County that were going to pay $20 million for that program, I move final passage to the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2010.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2010. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1870.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1870 was the local government compliance with drug laws. Basically, it forbids the local ordinances to be in conflict with state drug laws. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business, committee substitute, Senate Bill 1870.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1870. There is objection. The Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
23 ayes, 8 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1870. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1870 relating to municipal and county enforcement of drug and consumable hemp product laws.
Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, committee substitute, Senate Bill 1870.
Senator Perry moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1870. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
23 ayes, 8 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, sir.
Members, we're going to stand at ease for about 15, 20 minutes, give the ladies a break. They've been up here all day. We have more work to do, so it's 3:22. Yeah. Chair recognizes Dean Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 3:45 today, Wednesday, April 23rd.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will stand in recess till 3:45.